For 9 days now, we've watched the Artemis II crew on a mission to make history.
It's great to have you on board Integrity.
All 4 astronauts on board going further into space than any human has before. Now, Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy are coming home. Their spacecraft about to plunge through the atmosphere, riding, as they put it, a fireball back to Earth and into the Pacific Ocean. A dramatic end to a daring mission with the world watching. This is Artemis II Splashdown. It is just after 3:30 Pacific time off the coast of San Diego. That is the expected landing spot for the crew of Artemis II. And throughout this entire mission, we are seeing extraordinary live pictures as we are now. The crew wearing their spacesuits, their survival suits, as we would expect at this stage in the mission. They're still thousands of kilometers away outside of Earth's atmosphere. If all goes according to plan, they'll splash down in those waters off California in about an hour and a half. I'm Ian Hanamansi. We're live in Vancouver. Welcome to our special coverage of the crew's journey home. One of the most challenging chapters in the Artemis II story. There is a lot that's about to unfold, and you will see it all right here live. We have a team of reporters ready, and we will be looking at this very much from a Canadian perspective. And to that end, we'll have several Canadian astronauts, including Dr. Roberta Bonder and Chris Hadfield, former commander of the International Space Station. And Paul Hunter is here with us from Washington. He'll be here throughout the program. Paul, what are you watching for?
Ian, a Canadian is coming home from the moon. Can you believe it? I mean, how many times are you going to be able to say that? It's happening. History is being made again with Jeremy Hansen expected to splash down and end this historic mission. And look, we can look back at this mission and we can talk about, floating Nutella. We can talk about space toilets that don't really work that well, but really it's the history that's being made with this test mission around the moon. In theory, that first step toward putting people back on the moon. Really exciting moment for the planet, super exciting moment for Canadians. You keep talking about if all goes well. Arguably the most dangerous part of this whole trip is coming up with this re-entry into the Earth's atmosphere. The big question is, not to go dark already, but will the heat shield hold? There was more damage than expected to it on Artemis I. NASA is confident that it's good to go, is the short answer. They haven't changed the heat shield. What they've changed is the trajectory for the Orion capsule to come in to the atmosphere. They think that'll do the trick. And there's no reason to doubt that whatsoever. But this is the riskiest point of the whole mission. And there will be 6 minutes when the flames start going around the outside that they won't be able to contact anybody down below. So we'll be sitting here for 6 minutes on the approach, hoping that everything is going well. And again, there's no reason to doubt that. But it's a big moment coming up and a big night tonight.
Yeah, we were looking, as you were speaking there, at some what I would call animation, but NASA describes it as visualizations of a capsule coming through. And you get just a taste of what we're going to describe in detail and hear through the voices and experiences of Canadian astronauts, what it's like to re-enter the atmosphere and have suddenly the deceleration and the G's that they're dealing with at that point. I've also written down, Paul, because there's going to be a period of time in tonight's telecast after they land, and we do expect everything to go according to plan. It has so far on this mission. Between the time they land and the time they actually get out of the capsule, could be an hour. We'll still be live on the air. So I have asked Paul about floating Nutella and toilet issues. So that will be coming up. Okay, Paul, it was fun having you next to me when we were at the Kennedy Space Center. It is going to be fun having you here with us from Washington. Thank you very much.
Let's go super stoked,
Darius.
Ian, super stoked.
Yeah, I know you are. You always are. Let's bring in Darius Madavi, who's keeping track of the conditions and factors for Splashdown. And Darius, what are the key things that we should know about at this hour?
So this is a momentous occasion, Ian, but it is also the most dangerous part of the mission. So what we're going to be watching is for Orion to re-enter Earth's atmosphere about 120 kilometers above the surface, just southeast of Hawaii. It's going to travel 2,000 kilometers across the Pacific, skipping off Earth's atmosphere to try and vent some of that speed and reduce the G-forces that the astronauts have to experience. And then they're going to splash down in this small zone, about the size of Los Angeles, the zone that they're going to land in, and then the astronauts will be recovered. Fortunately, all the weather conditions look good. They are committed to this trajectory at this point, so we just have to watch and as those astronauts come back home.
All right, Darius, we will be coming back to you as well throughout the evening. Hard for me sitting here to imagine what the crew must be feeling as they prepare for this crucial return to Earth. Earlier this week, they were asked about this grand finale that they've been preparing for years.
I'll be honest and say I've actually been thinking about entry since April 3rd, 2023, when we got assigned to this mission. And one of the first press conferences we were asked, what are we looking forward to? And I said Splashdown, and it's kind of humorous, but it's literal as well, that we have to get back. There's so much data that you've seen already, but all the good stuff is coming back with us. There's so many more pictures, so many more stories. And gosh, I haven't even begun to process what we've been through. And riding a fireball through the atmosphere is profound as well.
The pilot from the Orion space capsule, you saw above his head an American but Canadian flag as well. And as I mentioned tonight, we're going to have a very Canadian perspective on the splashdown. Let's start with David Saint-Jacques. David was on the longest mission of any Canadian astronaut, spending 204 days in space. He's the deputy director of Canadian Space Agency's Lunar Exploration Program, also happens to be a physician, and he joins us now live from Montreal. David, the astronauts ready for splashdown, and including your good friend, Jeremy. And I just wonder, as we look at the live pictures of the crew up on the screen, what's going through your head right now?
Hey, Ian. Nice to talk to you about this incredible journey and incredible day. So, yeah, I'm watching this, with waves of emotion coming from different directions. As a Canadian, of course, super proud of our nation, having made there, created that opportunity. But it's a good friend. These are all good friends on board. Jeremy's a very close friend, but the entire crew are very close friends of mine. Their families know each other. And I can put myself in their shoes, and I can tell you they're in the zone right now. I mean, they've had moments to philosophize during the mission, but now they're in the zone. They are focused on making sure everything works as planned and that they're hitting the atmosphere bullseye right at the right angle. And for a bullseye splashdown, they're going to be monitoring everything blow by blow, and we'll be following from the ground.
So take us back to your experience going through this. All of you, all astronauts, so qualified and so able to take control of a situation if needed. But I wonder if, well, there must be a point on re-entry where you kind of have to sit back and let mission control take control. What's that process like?
Yeah, you're actually letting the spacecraft take control in a way. A lot of this critical phase of re-entry, difficult to fly by hand. There are some backup methods, but by and large, we hope for the automated system to work well. But let me paint you the picture of what's happening. I mean, they've been falling from the moon for 4 days. That's why they're coming in so fast. They've just been falling constantly in their little air bubble, an aluminum bubble full of air. They're falling from the moon. They're going to hit the atmosphere at 10 kilometers a second because they've been falling for so long. And we're going to slow. They're flying backward. They're like a little baby seat, all strapped in and they're flying backwards with their back to the heat shield. And as the spacecraft slows down, they're going to feel crushed into their seat. And then the heat shield is going to heat up. It's going to turn into a fireball. It's epoxy. It's going to ablate. We know that. It's been calculated. And then loft a little bit, as your colleague said. Drop more of speed and dive back in right away again. Some adjustments of trajectory. This capsule can kind of fly like a bad glider, but it can fly. It can kind of veer left, right, trying to hit bullseye in the Pacific where the Navy are waiting for them. And eventually, we will all breathe a sigh of relief when we see those giant orange parachutes open. And then we'll know inside, that's when they'll do the high five, when the parachutes open. And then they know they're going to get back home.
Your description is fantastic. The gestures are terrific. There's one phrase I think I heard you say, the epoxy is going to ablate. What does that mean?
Oh, ablate is a technical term to mean that it's like it will slowly kind of burn away. It's designed for that, to absorb all the heat of re-entry, to keep the capsule at a reasonable temperature. I guess inside, if they touch the window, they'll feel it warm, but it should be very, very pleasant inside still. But they'll see flames and sparks go around the window as the capsule turns into a shooting star, essentially, for about 6 minutes. A giant shooting star. And that's why we can't talk to them, because those flames are basically radio opaque. So radio signals can't go in or out. That's why we can't talk to them. Eventually, that will subside, and then we'll be able to hear their voice again. The parachutes will open, and there will be much rejoicing.
My colleague Paul Hunter is in Washington. Jump in, Paul.
Yeah, sorry, thanks, David. Hi again. Can I ask two quick questions? And one of them I've wondered about since the Apollo days, and that is, we hear, you talk about all the stuff that's happening with the fireball and all that business, but I've always wondered, like, when it actually hits the water, right? Is that like a belly flop? Like, is it like a sudden stop? I know they've slowed down a lot, but still, you hear about things smashing into the water, and it's like that can't be comfortable.
They're coming in on big parachutes, but that's a big, heavy capsule. I think they should hit the water at around 40 kilometers an hour. That's like a traffic accident where you're not going full speed on the highway, but like bumping into the guy in front of you. It's a jolt. So we kind of crunch in, do a Valsalva, make sure your tongue is not between your teeth, and then brace for impact. It's not a smooth maneuver. They make it as smooth as possible, but they'll be fine. That's hard to practice. That's one thing that's very hard to simulate and hard to practice. So that will come as a surprise. But they will be a little bit disoriented because their inner ear, that their sense of balance has basically been kind of tuned down by their brain since there was no gravity and it was confusing. So they've adapted to no gravity. Now they're going to have to readapt to gravity. So we need to be patient with them. They'll want to move their heads slowly. But yeah, that impact is not. It's not a little jolt. It's a big impact. Yeah.
And the other question. Thanks. That was really interesting. Answers all my questions from 9-year-old Paul.
That's what space does to you. Everybody becomes a kid. Yeah.
We heard Victor Glover talking about how back when he was announced as one of the 4 astronauts, that even from that first day he was thinking about Splashdown. Is it in the back of their minds? Like, they've got a lot to do the whole rest of the journey, but are you always thinking up there? Well, wait a minute. The real dodgy part is at the end, and it's always sort of hovering there, or can you sort of compartmentalize and put it away somewhere?
Yeah, compartmentalization is the right word. That is something we all have in common, I think. The way we think about danger and fear of danger, I mean, obviously, you're an idiot if you don't think this is dangerous. So clearly it is, right? It's ridiculously dangerous. But so many people have thought about it. So many people have really carefully planned it out. We spend most of our time thinking about the worst-thing scenario. Now, like the nominal scenario, we practice it once, and then we're done. And then the rest of the training is all about what ifs. What if this? What if that? What is our plan? What are we going to do? And once you've done this, you still have awareness of the danger, but you're not petrified because it's not unknown. You're not facing an unknown. You're facing something about which you've thought a lot, and you already know a lot of ways out. There's a lot of off-ramps on this scenario. So obviously, to answer your question more directly, the launch is by far the most dangerous part, statistically. But there's really not much a crew can do other than eject. Deploy the abort system and boop, have this little rocket on top of the stack, pull them away from danger. On re-entry is I found it more surprising, that feeling, when I realized, we're just falling really fast from really high. And we are going to slow down because of the wind. That's it. We're just going to flop in the wind. And all the way as they're coming from the moon, they don't really realize they're going fast. They're in free fall. But as they hit the atmosphere, Then you get the buffeting from the wind, you see the flames, you feel the deceleration, you realize really, you feel it, wow, we're coming in real fast.
David, one last question for you. We obviously expect and hope that this re-entry and splashdown will go perfectly and they will end up being extracted from that capsule and returned to Houston. When we get to that point, when it's time to look back at the Artemis II mission, what do you hope Canadians are thinking about?
So I think we really all can be very proud of our space program in general, our space industry, of our history. It's decades of good work from our engineers, our technicians, our contractors, our controllers, our agency, all the industry that has slowly built confidence in Canada. And that's how we ended up creating that opportunity for one of us to go on a lunar mission. So huge proud in the history. And I think there is so much more we can do. This is a time of opportunity for us. And as a father, as a citizen, I think the space involvement in the space program is not just, great exploration. I think it's symbolically very important because it is something humans do together. In this day and age, I think we're all hungry for reminders like this, that when humans decide to put their differences not aside, but focus on their relative strengths and focus on a common goal, there's really nothing we cannot do. We can accomplish superhuman things. And the space program is a symbol of this capacity of humanity to work together. And I like to think that during Artemis, during this mission, for a while, all Earthlings were looking in the same direction and just wishing good luck to our brave explorers. So I think for our country, this is an amazing opportunity. We made our way to the club, the elite club of nations who are pushing the envelope in this very noble way. As a dad, I think this is really cool for my kids to be part of the Artemis generation, just like I was an Apollo kid.
The space program is a celebration of extraordinary people achieving excellence. You certainly fit that category, David, and thank you very much for speaking with us this afternoon.
Thanks for telling the story. Go Artemis.
All right. And take another live look inside the Orion capsule, nicknamed Integrity. Extraordinary to think we are seeing these pictures. Extraordinary to think that those astronauts are getting ready for entering Earth's atmosphere. The incredible G-forces that they'll have to deal with, the incredible heat that their spacecraft will have to withstand. Splashdown expected at 8:07 Eastern Time. We have two more Canadian astronauts, former Canadian astronauts, to talk us through the moments before, during, and after splashdown. The first Canadian woman in space, Dr. Roberta Bonder, and the first Canadian to walk in space, Chris Hadfield. Okay, let's connect with CBC Sarah Levitt at CSA headquarters in Longueuil, Quebec. And Sarah, what's going to be happening there tonight?
Well, Ian, if it's anything like takeoff, this room is slowly going to fill completely up with people, mainly employees of the Canadian Space Agency. They've been following this journey all along. And when I was here for takeoff, people were riveted. On stage, obviously, we have the broadcast from NASA, and that's what will be playing on the loudspeakers, and people were just staring. There were moments of silence, and of course the big cheer for liftoff. So we're going to expect something similar here, just kind of a nervousness ahead of landing. And also watching will be Steve McLean, a former astronaut and also former president of the Canadian Space Agency. And he sort of echoed what we just heard from David Saint-Jacques there about, breathing a sigh of relief once they have landed. But here's what he said we should take away from this mission.
The audacity of it, like the vision to be able to go and do this. But I think the thing I like the most about it is the collaboration, right? We're watching mean, the world's in a bit of a tailspin right now, geopolitically, very difficult situation in many places in the world. And you have this amazing mission of hope. You have this amazing mission of collaboration, of exploration. I mean, it's hard not to get behind it.
So that wasn't Steve McLean, but what he told me was just, the eyes of the world were watching this mission, and that he said that space kind of acts as a icon of hope for people, and that this mission, it wasn't just the continuation of missions, but it kind of a beginning for future trips to the moon.
All right, Sarah Levitt at CSA headquarters in Longueuil, Quebec. Thank you very much. And we're going to take another peek, another live look into the Orion capsule as the crew makes its final preparations for their return from space. This bringing an end to their 10-day journey out around the moon, which took them further from Earth than any human ever before. If all goes according to schedule, they'll be splashing down off the coast of San Diego in about an hour and 20 minutes, and we will have it for you live. And we're going to take a look at the naval ship, the U.S. Navy ship that is set to go to the Orion capsule when it finally does touch down. It's not a live shot, but it's just wanted to show you the ship that is ready and waiting with the helicopters that will be going to retrieve the Artemis crew. And as I mentioned to you, could be up to an hour, could be longer between the time that the capsule comes down to the water and the 4 astronauts are taken out of that capsule. But it's all going to be here live. Legendary Canadian actor William Shatner is no stranger to the world of space. Best known, of course, as Captain Kirk in the original Star Trek series. Shatner had the privilege of going to space himself back in 2021, at least near space. His emotional reaction was captured on video after he landed back on Earth.
It's just, there is Mother and Earth and comfort, and is there death? I don't know. Is that death? Is that the way death is? Whoop, and it's gone. Jesus. It was so moving to me.
Shatner traveled with 3 others aboard a Blue Origin flight, and he's expressed his excitement about the Artemis II mission on social media. So we spoke to him about how it feels to watch the crew in space.
It's incredible beginning. I mean, if we think that we, those of us who are conscious and looking at that flight and being aware of it, it's a beginning. We've landed on the moon, as everybody knows, walked around, and then left for, I don't know, 50 years. And now we're flying around back there with the expectation of putting a permanent housing on the moon, they're going to do the housing on the backside, so you won't be able to see it, because that's where all the fun is. Isn't that fascinating?
I mean, it's all fascinating, right? And to, like, the infinite nature of the universe is awe-inspiring when you're on Earth. I can't imagine what it's like for those who have been fortunate enough to be on the moon or even circling the moon and looking out at that vastness. Now you had a taste of this, right? You were on Blue Origin's.
I had a brief 10-minute taste of it.
Yeah.
I'll tell you, the impression you get, I think there's a name for it, that a lot of people who go up into space, several hundred people who've been into space have had the same reaction, and it's the overwhelming vision of how minute and vulnerable the Earth is. And so we have 50 years. By the time you're 10 years old, you begin to look around, and by the time you're 60 or 70, you begin to look inward. So roughly you have 50 years of consciousness, of being aware of the miracle of the Earth, the solar system, and the universe. And during that brief period of time, we are gifted with that ability to be aware of the miracle of life and the existence of all these things that we can look at. It is brought home with great drama for me when I could see the curvature of the Earth and realize that if I just went out a little further, I could actually draw the circumference of the Earth, how small it is, how vulnerable, and what we're doing to it.
You were nervous about the launch, which worked out exquisitely.
Yeah.
How are you feeling about re-entry and splashdown for Artemis II?
See, it was one thing to go through all those things they went through to control minor leaks and minor things that were going wrong. They kept delaying the liftoff, and that's not, you know, it's like doing a play and saying we're opening on the 25th. No, we're going to open the 26th. No, we're going to open the 20th. I mean, it's not a good public relations thing. So they kept delaying it because they ran into minor problems that they wanted to solve, so they wouldn't be a major problem when you're halfway into the sky and everything explodes. Well, the same thing is happening with re-entry. The heat shield has some problems that I remember reading about. They've altered the angle of entry to adjust to it, and so the most dangerous part and dramatic part of the whole thing is coming up when they enter Earth's atmosphere. And that's going to be worthy of all our thoughts, and people who believe in prayer and all that kind of thing. It's going to be very dramatic that nothing untoward happens on re-entry.
Well, we certainly hope and expect that. William Shatner, a real pleasure to speak with you. Thank you so much.
Pleasure is mine. Thank you for having me.
Continue our live coverage here on CBC News Network. For 9 days now, we've watched the Artemis II crew on a mission to make history.
It's great to have you on board Integrity.
The first Canadian, the first woman, the first person of color to fly around the moon. All 4 astronauts on board going further into space than any human has before.
Wow, yeah. All the really bright new craters.
Seeing parts of the moon never before seen by human eyes, sending back images and perspectives that have captivated us here on Earth. The emotions at times raw.
And we would like to call it Carol. And you spell that C-A-R-R-O-L-L.
Now Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy are coming home. Their spacecraft about to plunge through the atmosphere, riding, as they put it, a fireball back to Earth and into the Pacific Ocean. A dramatic end to a daring mission with the world watching. This is Artemis II Splashdown. And we're now T-minus 1 hour and 6 minutes until the Artemis II mission crew is back on Earth. And you can see a live shot from the Orion capsule. On the other side, a view of the coast of San Diego. And that is where the U.S. Navy is expecting to recover the crew. I'm Ian Hannamansing in Vancouver. Our special coverage of the Artemis II crew's return continues here on CBC News Network. In this hour leading up to Splashdown, we're going to get more live analysis and reaction. And we'll hear from Catherine Hansen, who's ready to welcome her husband, Jeremy, back home. Paul Hunter is back with us from Washington. And Paul, what are you watching for?
Well, just under an hour from now, Ian, when they go into that 6 minutes of radio silence as the capsule it re-enters Earth's atmosphere enveloped in flames and plasma and heat that is, get this, about half the amount of heat at the surface of the sun. In those 6 minutes, they will be unable to contact mission control at the Johnson Space Center in Houston. Neither will the JSC be able to contact them. And we will all be having fingers crossed. And there's no reason to think that anything will go amiss. There's been years of hard work leading up to that, but for those 6 minutes, it's in the hands of fate, less than an hour from now.
When you and I were at the Kennedy Space Center and watching the launch 9 days ago on Wednesday of last week, you know, 2 things really struck me about working with you. First of all, your boyish wonder when it comes to space, and yet at the same time, the experience you bring to this story. And I've said to many people, the answer you gave when I said, what should I expect when the launch happens? And you said, whatever you're expecting, this will exceed that. And indeed it did. And so I ask you, what should we expect during re-entry and splashdown?
You know, to answer that, Ian, I go back to when I was a kid, and I was an Apollo nut. I just loved that stuff. I was one of those kids that had scrapbooks with newspaper clippings and stuff like that, right? And so there were 3 parts to it, right? To me, every Apollo mission. The takeoff, and I never got to see one of those in person, but yeah, you experienced it. It's incredible, isn't it? The being on the moon, and that's theoretically in the steps to come for the Artemis program. But then it was the return to Earth. And I remember, like, you know, watching, you know, CBC, I imagine, back in those days, and with the cameras locked on the blue sky and just waiting to see the thing appear as a speck, and those parachutes and the excitement and thrill that came with knowing that they had made it safely back to Earth. You know, I was at a NASA press conference and they had Media Day, last chance to sort of sit down, spend some time with the astronauts and NASA people, sat down with Jeremy Hansen, as you did, I think, at around that time. And I remember asking somebody from NASA, how do you measure success for this mission? And he said, to get them back safe and sound. That is the true measure of success for this mission, and that's what we're about to see.
Paul Hunter, live in Washington. We'll come back to you throughout the afternoon and the evening. And a reminder, this is one of those shared experiences across the country, across the continent, around the world. And hopefully you will stay with us and share this experience as we watch the Artemis II mission come to its conclusion. Darius Madavi, keeping track of the conditions and factors for splashdown. About an hour to go now, Darius. And what are you watching for?
So at this point, the trajectory is locked in. If they were going to make adjustments because of the weather, they would have done that already. So we are going to see the splashdown in the planned location. The capsule is going to enter the atmosphere here, traveling 30 times the speed of sound, and then travel 2,000 kilometers through the atmosphere, landing in the splashdown zone here, an area about the size of Los Angeles, although they should be able to get it much more accurate than this. This is just the area that boats have been banned from going off the coast of San Diego. Now, I'm going to walk you through what exactly we are expecting. It's going to start with the capsule continuing to fly in towards the Earth. That'll happen for the next half hour or so. And then in 28 minutes from now, we are going to see the crew module of the Orion capsule separate from the service module. So the service module is what has provided the thrust for them to leave Earth orbit and get to the moon. It has kept them alive for this journey, but it is no longer needed. It will then move off and burn up in Earth's atmosphere as the crew module makes its journey down. As we heard from Paul Hunter there, we are going to see it reach temperatures nearly half the surface of the sun, and it will dramatically come in. And hopefully, the astronauts will be doing just fine in there. They have climate-controlled suits. They'll be monitoring all the systems as it happens, and then we will see 3 sets of parachutes deploy as the astronauts touch down safely and splash down.
All right, Darius, thank you very much. Let's take a live shot now of the U.S. naval ship that is standing by to pick up the Artemis crew. Right now, it's about 10 kilometers away from the expected splashdown site. It's the USS John Murtha. And cameras aboard, as you would expect. Helicopters, some that are going to be dedicated to picking up the crew, but also some of those helicopters will be taking aerial footage of the capsule. At every step of the way of this mission, we have had extraordinary live pictures. And what we can bring you that some of the other feeds, like the NASA feed, can't, is the analysis of people like the various former Canadian astronauts, Dr. Roberta Bonder, for example, and Chris Hadfield, the former commander of the International Space Station. You'll be hearing from both of those later on in our coverage. Catherine Hansen, also medical doctor, is the wife of Canadian astronaut Jeremy Hansen, and I caught up with her about 3 hours ago in anticipation of Splashdown. Now, today, she's been sharing updates on social media about the mission, including the process involved with the return to Earth. Just ahead of the interview, let's take a look at one of those posts.
3 good shoots will mean that the capsule is going to land in the Pacific Ocean safely, so that's what we're looking for. And then hopefully within 24 hours, they fly back on a NASA jet with all the medical people around them to Houston, and that's when I will get to see him along with 300 other people as they receive the crew back to Ellington Field. I'm not going to San Diego, but I'll be watching for Mission Control when they splash down, and I hope all of you have a place to watch as well. It's going to be really, really beautiful to see them coming back and continuing to share the beauty, the warmth, the humanity that everyone has experienced in seeing this crew doing what they do best, inspiring the world.
Dr. Catherine Hansen, thank you very much for taking the time to do this on such a momentous day.
Yeah, my pleasure to be here. There's a lot of nerves, but I'm really excited to spread the word and keep the inspiration flowing.
Yeah, well, let me ask you about both those things. First of all, spreading the word. You shoot and post that Instagram video today. You agree to do this interview. This whole mission really has thrust you into the public spotlight. How's that been for you?
Well, yeah, thank you for noticing the post. Really, I had a lot of work meetings and I needed to take a walk, and people are asking really interesting questions. And so I thought I would take a moment and kind of calm my nerves as I was out in nature and answer a few of those questions. It's been quite a ride, and I'm really grateful that people are interested, not just in what's happening on Integrity, but what it feels like to be at home.
So let's talk a little bit about those nerves. Tell us more about how you're feeling today.
Yeah, you know what, Ian, I feel like I've done very well for the last 10 days, a couple of wobbles here and there, but today is a challenging day. I've been in touch with the other crew families and my own family, a lot of close friends, and I'm really having to reach out for some support. It is very nerve-wracking to imagine the speeds that they are traveling right now, the distance they have yet to travel, and then of course coming through that atmosphere as a fiery ball. I will be anxious to see the 3 chutes and to know that they're safely going to land in the Pacific.
Yeah, so those other families, the families of the other 3 crew members, those crew members obviously have already been up to and, back to Earth after being up to space. What sort of advice have they given you, those other families, about how to deal with a day like today?
Yeah, I think everyone gives sort of the same message. You can just roll through it. You can't set any expectations. You can't really plan a day like today. And I'm really relying on the people at NASA Johnson Space Center to kind of get us through this day and to get us where we need to be, because I'm obviously very distracted. And I've also had a chance to speak to the families of Victor, Reed, and Christina today as well. And we're all feeling similar. And fortunately, we have each other. So this is a unique experience we get to share, and we get to break that isolation by really helping each other understand what this means. We are so excited to have them home.
I'll bet. Now, you're going to be at Mission Control in Houston. Are you going to, I can only imagine what that room looks like from what I've seen in movies. Are you going to be in that room, or is there a special room for families? Where will you actually see the re-entry and the splashdown?
Yeah, great question. So the Mission Control that you have been watching probably 24/7 is sort of in front of a glass pane, and then there's a viewing area in behind that. And from that viewing area, we have all of the close families, close friends, just the real intimate group of people that we want to be around and that we want support from when Splashdown happens. And we'll see it on all the screens, which I'm sure everyone else will be able to see as well. But we'll also have access to communications that give us really up-to-date information and some of the details.
So you and your children have been able to talk to Jeremy throughout the mission. What's that been like?
It has been incredible to talk with him. We've had private family conferences, a couple of them, and we sit around sort of in family FaceTime. I've got 2 daughters in Canada, my son here in Houston, and we just have the kind of most natural conversations, as weird as that sounds. We have laughter, some tears. He's shown us around the cabin. We've said hi to the rest of the crew because, of course, they're in close confines. But those visits have been really wonderful.
Obviously, I don't want to intrude. Obviously, this is private, but you mentioned tears in those private conversations. I mean, is there anything you can say about what induces tears?
Yeah, it has been such an emotional and remarkable mission, I think, for a lot of people to understand just how the magnitude of this mission and the way that this crew has bonded. So in some of those conversations, of course, we were talking about the dedication of the bright spot on the moon to Carol Wiseman. And I was asking Jeremy about that, and he was just mentioning, that they knew that it would be emotional. They knew it would be a very deep moment, but they did not know that the entire crew would break down and need that group hug at the end. That was one of the tearjerker moments that we talked about as a family.
Yeah, I mean, it was a tearjerker moment to watch it, just as many of us did, on videos. That's my favorite moment of the mission. But what about for you? Either that, or is there anything else that really stands out for you?
There are so many favorite moments, and I look forward to looking back through this. I think one little one is watching Jeremy bat the shrimp into his mouth, and my son told him at one of our private family conferences that he had lost a shrimp because we were watching, and I guess he didn't know where it went. So that created a lot of laughter. But I'll be honest, the mission itself, watching Jeremy and his crewmates talk to Canadians specifically, and there were several of those downlinks, watching the way they really hope that everyone is going along for the ride and that the hundreds and thousands of people who have touched this mission are actually feeling included in this mission. And I've seen the way the crew has done that inclusive conversation, really bringing everybody along. And Canadians, of course, have earned their way along with the American leadership and the ways that the Americans are stepping up. But it's beautiful to see the way the crew has talked to Canadians specifically and about how Canada has risen to the occasion to make this possible.
Yeah, you know, I had the privilege of interviewing Jeremy in Houston last fall. And I said to him before then, when I thought of astronauts, I thought of the Hollywood version with swagger and maybe even a little bit of arrogance. I mean, he's not like that. And as far as I can tell, the other three aren't like that as well. They're about camaraderie and humility and, you know, and explaining their mission to people. So, yeah, it has been impressive to watch for all of us. What kind of sort of feedback or even messages are you getting from other people? I assume whether it's in your community or family or beyond, lots of people are reaching out to you.
I can't keep up with the messages anymore. So I am just so grateful for the outpouring of support. People are coming from all walks of life, from all stages of our life, from Jeremy's, background, from my background. It's been absolutely incredible. And the messages are really just love and support. And what I'm finding so remarkable, and I think what the crew was really hoping, is that this has become a unifying force and a sense of positivity in a world and a humanity that really needs that. And every message, every comment, every phone call has been so positive toward what this mission is inspiring, and of course toward our family and the love that people are sending us.
Yeah, the way all four of the astronauts, but particularly Jeremy, have handled that part of it too. The inspirational part has been interesting. Listen, I wouldn't normally ask you or anyone else about earrings, but I'm told that the earrings you're wearing have a special significance on this day. Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for noticing. You're actually the first person that's noticed. So this is the STS rocket, and these were gifted to us on launch day by Charlie Blackwell Thompson, the launch director in launch control when the mission went. So she was responsible for essentially that entire team, ensuring a safe launch. And she has these earrings, and now the female members of the crew families also have these earrings. Thanks for noticing.
Yeah, well, it was our producer, Jeremy, whose name is Jeremy as well, who noticed it and asked me to ask you about it. Listen, that leads, I do have one last question. There was a moment, I don't know, should I admit this, where I kind of teared up during the launch when the launch director sort of polled everybody, got the green light from all of them. Then she gave her inspirational message. I thought that was something. And then we heard Jeremy Hansen's voice, and he talked about this mission on behalf of humanity. I know how that hit me. How did it hit you?
Yeah, that was a very emotional moment. I mean, we were already on edge, of course, and we heard Victor say we're going for our families, Christina say we're going for our teams, and then Jeremy say we're going for all humanity. And as the first non-American to go that far and around the moon, it was very, very beautiful to see that he mentioned all humanity, because again, I'm hoping everyone can see themselves represented in this mission and feel a part of it. We were standing on the roof of launch control at that point, looking out at the rocket. So focusing on what was being said was not really front of mind. We were staring at a rocket and watching and waiting for it to light. But those words by all of the crew at that moment in time when they were ready to lift off was very meaningful.
A lot of extraordinary things have happened here. Certainly the way the astronauts have conducted themselves, but certainly the NASA team and the families too. Dr. Catherine Hansen, a real pleasure getting to talk to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Let's bring back Paul Hunter. Paul, have you ever been in an environment where everybody seems so thoughtful and so eloquent? It is extraordinary.
And impressive. I met Catherine, lovely chat we had at an event at the embassy here in Washington, D.C. some time ago. And, I got to say, astronauts, they get psych training for all the sort of inherent risks in missions like this. And, because you never know what's going to happen. And so they are given a means by which to deal with that. But regular people don't get that, like you and me. So I think we should salute the families of the astronauts for their courage in all of this, for their support for those who are having gone around the moon, now going through the re-entry. It's a lot. It's a lot, right? And man, Catherine is an amazing person, but for their kids, for the families of the other 3 astronauts, man, they have to sit and watch and cross their fingers and hope. And they have the courage to do that. And they are supporting their partners for the value and the significance and the history that they are setting out to do with its inherent risk. It's, as I say, I salute the courage because it's an incredible thing for everybody.
Yeah, well said, Paul. And you'll be with us, as I've mentioned, throughout our coverage over the next few hours. Paul Hunter live in Washington. And speaking of that coverage, later on this evening, I think we'll have some time to discuss some things. And I want to talk about something that Dr. Hansen said to me after we taped that interview, which about risk, that I thought was interesting. We are keeping an eye on watch parties across Canada tonight. Yasmine Hanea is at the H.R. MacMillan Space Centre here in Vancouver. Sheehan Desjardins is watching it all unfold at Toronto McLennan Laboratories. But let's start with CBC's Karen Pauls, who's in Winnipeg. Karen.
Ian and Paul, it feels like we just did this a week or so ago at the Kennedy Space Center, but today I'm in Winnipeg at the Manitoba Museum at the Planetarium, where the astronomer here, Scott Young, is hosting a watch party. He's also doing a podcast at the very same time, so it's a little chaotic and exciting here. People are wearing their NASA uniforms, their NASA logos, and looking forward to that re-entry. I had a chance to talk to Scott just a little bit before this all began, and I asked him what some of his favorite moments of this mission have been, because he's been following it as closely as we have been. Take a listen to what he said his favorite moment was.
Hearing the astronauts turn into 12-year-old kids when they were going around the moon, looking around and just, wow, look at that. Everyone was so excited. And now to hear all the 12-year-old kids that are, or younger, that are coming in and being all excited about the moon and science and space and all that kind of stuff. This has really given a big push to people getting excited about science.
And when it comes to the science, Scott Young is also looking forward to hearing more about how Orion performed and what changes they might make for Artemis II, and also what kind of science they're bringing back from the moon.
And among the people you've been speaking to there is someone who has a special connection to Jeremy Hansen. Tell us about that.
Yeah, Major General Chris McKenna went to RMC with him and did pilot training with him. Today when I met up with him, he's actually, I have to read some of his titles. He's the commander of 1 Canadian Air Division, the Canadian NORAD region, and he's operational commander of the Air Force. Today when I met up with him, he was actually wearing a Jeremy Hansen mission patch t-shirt underneath his jumpsuit. Take a listen to what he had to say.
The audacity of it, like the vision to be able to go and do this. But I think the thing I like the most about it is the collaboration, right? We're watching, I mean, the world's in a bit of a tailspin right now, geopolitically very difficult situation in many places in the world. And you have this amazing mission of hope. You have this amazing mission of collaboration, of exploration. I mean, it's hard not to get behind it.
And he's looking forward to hearing a lot more about the mission, that lunar flyby, some of those breathtaking photos when they meet at the cottage sometime this summer. Ian.
All right, Karen Pauls live in Winnipeg. And of course, Jeremy Hansen, a former CF-18 pilot. So I'm sure all the people that he's flown with are particularly proud of what's been happening. Yasmine Hanea is in Vancouver at the H.R. MacMillan Space Centre. And what are you hearing from people in this city, Yasmine?
Yeah, Ian, lots of excitement here at the Space Center. You know, it's just amazing how much has happened between launch day and now. And right now, I'm joined by Rosanna Tilbrook. She is the astronomer here at the Space Center. So what is going through your mind right now ahead of the splashdown?
Oh, well, there's so many thoughts and feelings going through my mind. I mean, of course, a little bit of nerves. Splashdown as well as launch are the most risky times for these astronauts. You know, they're going to be entering the Earth's atmosphere from an initial velocity of over 34,000 kilometers an hour. So it's a little bit scary, but also so exciting. I'm so excited to be able to watch the splashdown here again, just like we did with the launch as well. So in a room full of people where the excitement is just palpable, this room is going to start to fill up pretty pretty quickly in a moment, as I'm sure you're going to see. So yeah, just a little bit nervous, but so excited to hear from these astronauts as well and the fantastic journey that they've been on.
Yeah, Rosanna, you mentioned the heat, but the speed, but also, Ian, I want to mention the heat because the capsule will heat to about 3,000 degrees Celsius. Just imagine what that would feel like. Back to you, Ian.
Okay, Yasmin Hanea in Vancouver. And CBC's Chien Desjardins is in Toronto at a watch party there. And what do they have planned tonight, Chien?
Yeah, so it's a sellout here. They're expecting about 60 people. There's more on the wait list. It's a mixture of students, of alumni, of community members. As you can see, there's some games going on behind me. This is the reaction test, but I'm going to take you over here to meet the organizers. So they call themselves the Steam Sisters, and they have a game that they're going to tell us about. But first, I'll get you both to introduce yourselves.
I'm Sandhya. My name's Swapna.
And what are we seeing here today? I understand this is a game that you came up with.
Yes, I came up with it very recently. And this is just to simulate the splashdown that's happening with the actual Orion capsule. So we're asking people to, in 3 to 5 minutes, using the materials that we randomly give them, they have to build a capsule with a parachute that's going to be protecting the little Pringle here and not letting it drown.
Let's see.
These were made by some of our volunteers already, so we're going to test them.
Let's see how it goes. All right. Oh!
It survived. That one's starting to drown a little bit. That one survived. That one survived.
That turned out well. And you yourself, you want to be an astronaut.
I do want to be an astronaut. Ever since I was a little kid, I was inspired by the stars. My favorite planet was Saturn. Now it might be Earth. But I'm super excited about this entire thing, and I'm hoping that it inspires a whole new generation for lunar excitement.
We'll have to chat with you both a little bit later as well. Thank you so much for showing us. This was great. And we've chatted with other people here today who are also training to become astronauts. That's a dream of theirs. So it's really cool to have everybody in this space together. And now after all of these activities take place, everyone's going to sit down and, of course, watch the moment that they've all been waiting for, which is the splashdown. So we'll be here throughout the evening to take that in as well.
Yeah, from Winnipeg to Vancouver to Toronto, really right across the country, lots of excitement as we get ready for Splashdown. Chien, thank you very much. Well, on this program, we're certainly looking forward, but we're looking back as well, because this mission has been full of memorable moments. Sarah Galashan has been collecting them over the last 10 days. And Sarah, what do you want to focus on right now?
Well, Ian, I want to start with the moment that you were just talking about with Dr. Catherine Hansen, Jeremy Hansen's wife. You mentioned that it makes you tear up just a little bit, so fair warning, we're going to play this again. But this is launch day, and basically it felt like a countdown all day long to the mission launch, and then at the 10-minute mark to that countdown, suddenly the clock stopped. And for what felt like, if you were watching maybe an eternity, we didn't know exactly what was happening. And then we heard the Artemis launch director, Charlie Blackwell-Thompson, start to get the clear from almost everyone in that mission control room. And then we heard from the astronauts in the Orion capsule themselves. And I want to play you, not all of everybody giving the go, but I want to play you a little bit from mission control, and then as well what we heard from the astronauts, because it's pretty special. Take a listen.
Chief Safety Officer.
The Artemis CSOs are go.
Repeat, thank you. Range weather.
Launch weather is go.
And Integrity Launch Director.
Good Air with Charlie PLT.
Thank you, Charlie.
This is Victor. We are going for our families. MS1.
This is Christina. We are going for our teammates.
MS2. This is Jeremy. We are going for all humanity. All right, Charlie, your Artemis II crew is go for launch. Full send.
And then with that, we get to that actual countdown, the 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, and we have the pictures of that launch. I don't think we can show them enough of that rocket as it started to, the ignition started to go. I can't even imagine what it felt like. I know you, of course, you and Paul were there. It was magical just to watch it on the screen as it actually took off, Ian.
There's so much about that moment that you showed that I like, and I enjoyed watching it again, Sarah. And you have more moments to come as we continue our coverage. Thank you very much. Okay, from Sarah in Vancouver to Sarah in Longueuil, Quebec. Sarah Levitt at the Canadian Space Agency headquarters. And what's going to be happening there tonight?
Well, Ian, I'm actually here with former astronaut Steve McLean, but not only are you a former astronaut, you're also the former president of the Canadian Space Agency, and you played a role in having Jeremy Hansen recruited as an astronaut. Did you expect this of him?
I had from the beginning, I had a tremendous amount of confidence in Jeremy. You know, when we selected him, it was a 6-month process. We had everything that you could imagine as a test, emergency test, academic tests, and no matter what I did with how we set the test up, Jeremy, David Saint-Jacques, and another fellow, Joshua Kurtwick, who was hired later, came in the top 3, no matter what I did with that. And so it does not surprise me that he was so technically good. It does not surprise me that he got along well with everybody. But you know, there was one surprise, is that I didn't realize he had an excellent radio voice.
Yeah, it sounds great.
And he has that voice where over the space communication radios, where it calms you. And so that was one surprise. But no, the way Jeremy has performed, the way he interacts with his crew, I fully expected that it would be like that.
And now we're going to watch as they come back down. Thank you very much. We appreciate that. Steve McLean, former astronaut and former president of the Canadian Space Agency.
Sarah Levitt, thank you very much. Let's take some live shots now of the Orion capsule as we get ready for major development, expected development, part of what they're doing to prepare for re-entry and splashdown. Paul, why don't you highlight some of the things that we should be watching for here? Okay, Paul's going to connect with us in just a moment, but we are.
Sorry, Ian, I got mesmerized by the shot. I was thinking it's you know, it's incredible that we can watch this in live time. I mean, I think what we'll see here, I presume that's the spot that's going to break away. That's, you know, the capsule obviously on the right and the command module on the left. Interesting, you know, we talk a lot about Jeremy Hansen symbolically underlining the international aspect of this. Well, the command module, aka the life preserver, is from the ESA, the European Space Agency. And once it's gone, put yourself at the top of a giant slide, and you're now heading off down it, because it's all downhill from here for the capsule after this separates. They've got obviously enough oxygen, et cetera, to keep them going, but that thing behind them, the command module, was what kept them all alive this whole time. And now they're going to separate. This is the beginning of the end for this journey.
Downhill in a good way, of course. And we are going to stay with this shot. And when we hear communication from Mission Control, we will listen in. We are just over a minute away from this major milestone as this Orion capsule gets ready to re-enter atmosphere, as you point out, the European Space Agency service module.
The service module, forgive me.
Yeah. It's getting, they're getting ready to jettison it. It will burn up in the edge of the atmosphere. The Orion capsule will make some maneuvers to make sure that it is absolutely clear of that service module. And this is all extraordinary. And the other thing is that we pretty well have a sense, almost to the second, maybe it is to the second, of there we go. There it's happening right now. Just see if we can listen in to Mission Control from Houston.
Houston, good step on board.
Houston copies and concurs. Integrity, no action for the 4 CDH cautions. Those are SM related, not applicable.
Integrity.
Integrity, you have a good GPS 2.
Integrity copies, good GPS 2.
Okay, a rare moment of the video feed turning to blue. We've lost the video feed, but as far as we could tell from what we heard, the separation of the service module from the Orion capsule has worked as it should. We'll get more information on that, but I want to bring in Bob McDonald, the host of Quirks and Quarks and expert on so many things scientific, in particular things involving space. He is in Victoria, British Columbia. And Bob, we have a lot to talk about through the program, but right now let's talk about the heat shield, because the next big milestone in this re-entry will rely on that heat shield.
That's correct, Ian. And so we saw some kids using everyday materials to demonstrate this. I've got my everyday materials. Here's my capsule, and here's the service module, my coffee cup. They were together just like this for the whole flight. That service module was providing all the power and the thrusts and everything. It's no longer needed, so they have now separated from that. As you say, it will just burn up in the atmosphere. We'll never see it again. The astronauts are now inside this capsule, which is shaped very much like this. It's sort of conical. They're on their backs facing up, and the windows are at the top as well, so they can see out. And the bottom end is where that heat shield is that's going to take the brunt of the air flow around it as they hit the atmosphere. They're coming in at almost 40,000 kilometers an hour, and when they do, they cause the air to break up. It turns into these electrically charged ions that'll form a hot plasma of 2,700 degrees that'll completely surround the capsule. And they'll be able to see that because they'll be looking out the windows at the back. Also, the capsule is not coming straight down like this. It's skimming across the top of the atmosphere. This is the atmosphere. It comes across like this. So they skim first, they just touch it, then they come up a little bit, and then they go down deep. And that heat shield has to take all of that temperature. It's designed to ablate, as they call it, sort of wear away, lose some of its mass, and produce gases that escape from it to take the heat away. Now, on the first flight, on Artemis I, as everyone knows now, those gases built up inside the heat shield and formed bubbles that then burst out the outside of it and caused chunks of it to fall off. And they think what happened was on what's called the skip, when they first touch the atmosphere and then they come back up again into space and then go back down. The first time down, the outside of it glazed a little bit, and then when it went back up into space, it froze. And then when they came down the second time, those gas bubbles couldn't get out, and that's what caused it. So this time, they're not doing as much of a skip. They're coming in more directly. But that also means the temperature is going to be higher. The speed is a little bit higher as they enter the atmosphere. And inside, the astronauts, they'll feel it against their backs about 4 times their weight. And it's during the first 6 minutes that we will not hear from them because that plasma is going to completely surround the capsule and cut off communication. But that's when that heat shield has to survive. And they've only got one shot at this. There's no go around. They got to get it right. So all eyes, this is where I'm going to be biting my nails, is during that first 6 minutes.
Yeah, so we're about 15 minutes away from when they will be re-entering the atmosphere. You know, it was interesting. I was reading an article in one of the U.S. papers, the New York Times, I think, which has done really good work covering this entire mission. And they interviewed a former astronaut who was very concerned about the heat shield issues that Artemis I had, and didn't feel that they should have had confidence in the safety of Artemis II. And since then, I've talked to others who discount that, who say, look, you know, that they have full confidence that if NASA was going ahead with this, they obviously have assessed the ability to do this single skip and to use the heat shield as it is now. Do you have any sense of that? I mean, the assumption that if NASA was going ahead with this mission, I mean, there's no reason for them to go ahead unless they're very confident that it's safe.
Yeah, they were very nervous about it when Artemis I first came up and they saw the extent of the damage. Everyone was shocked because they weren't expecting that to happen at all. But they have 2 arguments for this. One is that in Artemis I, there were no people on board, but there were mannequins. And those mannequins had instruments on them that were monitoring the environment. And it was fine. They survived. So they say that even though the heat shield was damaged first time, had there been people on board, they would have been okay. So it actually did make it. Even though it was broken, it did make it. It's like you go to your mechanic and you say, look, my car makes a noise. I say, oh, don't worry, it just does that. This is sort of what they were saying. But then they did very extensive tests, and they had 3 independent teams look at that and actually test the material itself under very high temperature conditions. And they said, yeah, it should be okay if we change that profile. If we spend less time during that heated period, it should be okay, and those gas bubbles won't form. So we have to believe the engineers to say it's all right. I mean, they've actually redesigned the heat shield for the next mission, but on this one, they felt that in order to change it, it would take too much time, effort, and delay the mission. So they said, let's go with it as it is. We have to trust the engineers and the technology. But, when the Space Shuttle Columbia had that piece of foam hit the wing on its launch, engineers said, oh, don't worry about it, it's okay. And we all know what happened to Columbia. So I'm a little bit nervous about it. I'm on that skeptical side, but I'm hoping that the engineers are right. There's a very, very good chance they are, but there's a non-zero chance that it might get heated up. I'm just crossing my fingers the whole time.
Bob, in a sec, we're going to bring in Dr. Roberta Bonder, a former Canadian astronaut on the shuttle. But just before we do that, I want to read you a transcript of a transmission from Mission Control. Flight path angle within limits. Integrity says it looks good on board. What do you make of that, Bob?
Yeah, they have to hit a very, very special angle when they come into the atmosphere. They're skimming, as I say, across the top, and they have to be within 1 degree of that angle. And that angle is only, I think, about 2 or 3 degrees to the horizon. So they're right on. That's great. I mean, that's terrific. So that means that they're on target. And while they're in that atmosphere, while they're coming through the atmosphere, the capsule itself can actually steer a little bit. It's all computer controlled, but they can adjust the flight path a little bit during that reentry to make sure that they're right on target. So the fact that they're hitting their initial entry is very, very good news.
And if they are right on target and if they're right on time, they will be entering Earth's atmosphere in 12 minutes from now. So we continue to look at this live. Bob McDonald, thank you very much. And that shot you see is Mission Control in Houston. And we do know that Dr. Catherine Hansen and other family members are in a room behind a glass wall, taking a look at what's happening at Mission Control. And over the next, throughout the re-entry and the splashdown, we will be not only bringing you the live pictures that NASA is providing, but we also are going to be listening into those transmissions, sometimes playing them for you live, but other times we'll be able to relay for you exactly what's happening. But as far as we can tell at this point, and it's with a great deal of confidence that we have this information from NASA, things are going smoothly. Just taking a look now at another transmission, this one from the Integrity capsule. And of course, at some point soon, when they re-enter the atmosphere, they will not be able to be in communication for a few minutes. But right now, they've just said we have great view of the moon, looks a bit smaller than yesterday. Houston Comms responds, I guess we'll have to go back. So I think it's a good sign when Mission Control is equipping with the crew of Artemis II. All right, let's bring in one of that small group of elite Canadian former astronauts. Dr. Roberta Bonder joins us now. Dr. Bonder, it was a pleasure talking to you on launch day. It is an equal pleasure to have you back on the program at Splashdown Day. I know you're monitoring the progress of this crew as they get closer to Earth. What are you thinking at this moment, now that they have separated the Orion capsule from the service module?
Every step's an important one, for sure. And they're going to look to the next one and the next one until they actually feel that Pacific underneath them. And then they've got to get out, right, get to the ship. And it's all very exciting. I think for them, the idea of being first to do these things is exhilarating for them. And although there's always danger, I mean, they signed up for danger.
Roll 180 attitude.
So I think they're well positioned after having gone through a lot of danger away from Earth, that they're closer now to having people be able to hang on to them if anything does happen. This is an amazing historic point again for them.
Dr. Bonder, as we're talking, that we heard a little bit of a radio transmission there, and we are looking at a live shot. We're just trying to make out what that is a live shot of. And as soon as I figure it out, I'll let you know. I think it is actually out the window of the Integrity capsule. Just another unbelievable moment just in telecommunications, much less in space travel. Dr. Bonder, you flew on the shuttle. Describe for us what re-entry was like for you.
Re-entry was completely different for the space shuttle when I flew it, and it was even better later on. But a lot of it had to do with the heat buildup, and we know that they wanted to get rid of some of the heat before they actually started their descent down towards Earth. But for the space shuttle, it was in low Earth orbit, or LEO, and so it was a much more gentle approach, longer into the atmosphere going through, and it was a bit slower. I think we were doing Mach 25, and they're going to be doing something like Mach 33, which is 33 times the speed of sound. So we were going a little slower, but nonetheless, it was hot. It was very hot, and we did not have these wonderful garments that they've got. I'm just so pleased for them, because when that heat builds up, if the environmental life support system that we had in the shuttle would never been able to keep up with that heat, so we got really, really hot. And we were wearing winter weight underwear and the whole stuff. So.
Yeah, we're told that the survival suits they have now, the spacesuits, have a cooling system, and apparently, even though the capsule apparently was a little bit too cold for some of their mission, to be comfortable, that the suits are actually cool enough to be comfortable on re-entry. Dr. Bonder, my colleague Paul Hunter is with us from Washington, and Paul, I think you have a question.
Yeah, hey, Roberta, I'm going to sneak in two quickies if you don't mind. Hi. So when you were talking, you could feel the heat. So what are you thinking when that's happening? What was going through your mind?
Well, it was, I'm trying to think of Lake Superior going for a swim when I was about 8. That's some cooling thought.
Good answer. So my second question. So for the astronauts in the capsule right now, once this starts and they're going, is it just a ride? I mean, do they have stuff to do at this point, or as they're strapped in and just waiting to splash down, is their work done in a sense, and they're now just sitting there riding along?
This is a test flight until they're not testing anything, and they're testing stuff all the way down, and when they land, and when they get out, and when they're being examined. So they're making observations, they're listening for things, they're watching things, they're looking at panels, they're trying to make notes. They're going extremely fast. So they can't interface with the vehicle. They don't want to interface with the vehicle. The computers have to do it all. There's just very, very little that they'd be able to do. So they're part of their test. They just have to be able to be part of that machine until they're not part of that machine. That's their job, and that's what they know that they have to do. They have to be great observers. They have to be able to make notes and to be able to remember it all.
Dr. Bonder, you've been kind enough to agree to stay with us for an extended period of time as we get ready for the re-entry into the atmosphere of the Orion capsule. So please stand by. Same thing, Paul, because what I want to do now, we're just a few minutes away from the scheduled re-entry into atmosphere from Artemis II, the Artemis II mission, the Orion space capsule. We are looking at a live shot out of that capsule, and occasionally, as you heard when Dr. Bonder was talking, we're getting some transmissions between the capsule and mission control. So what I want to do now, for a minute or so, and there's going to be some silence as well, but I want to just kind of watch this live shot, extraordinary enough, but also listen in to see if we hear any of those transmissions, because I find them fascinating, and given that you're watching this live coverage of the return of the Orion capsule, I think you probably find it fascinating too. And keep in mind, the next major moment is just about 4 minutes away.
Houston, everything is looking good on board. Just confirm no pre-EI downloads.
Houston concurs.
And again, we will just continue to watch this live on CBC News Network and listen as well, and just savor the fact that we are watching live pictures out of the Orion capsule as it returns to Earth. keep in mind, as this capsule enters the atmosphere, a fireball, as we heard the pilot Victor Glover describe it as. During the Artemis I, which was uncrewed, return to the atmosphere, one of the NASA officials described that moment as this is where the fun begins. So when that fun begins, I mean, it is also obviously a really risky point in the risky mission, but also there is going to be such a buildup of plasma, of interference, that we will not be able to hear from the crew. There'll be no communication with the crew for a few minutes. So taking a look at the clock now, we're about just over 3 minutes away from when we expect Orion to re-enter Earth's atmosphere. Paul, we didn't have this view when we were watching CBC as young kids and Apollo was about to re-enter. As you see this live shot of Earth from Orion, what are you thinking?
I think it's remarkably slow motion is what it looks like. You don't really get a sense of the incredible speed at which they're traveling, you know, many multiple times the speed of sound, because there are no telephone poles flying by as you go down the road, you know what I mean? It feels like it's just a slow coast, and yet they're going incredibly fast. That's what's going through my mind. And they must look down at that planet below and think, here we come.
Dr. Bondar, the crew is saying that they're just about to hit the first traces of Earth's atmosphere 3 minutes from entry interface now. Maybe you and I, Dr. Bondar, can chat for a couple of minutes. What are you thinking right now?
Well, as soon as they start hitting the top of the atmosphere, they're going to feel a tug of gravity, and that's going to hit them for sure. I mean, these are, apart from Jeremy, the other three have felt this before, and it really is quite something to feel Earth grabbing you. And in terms of things going by on the shuttle that I landed on, one of my crew members was responsible for putting a metal plate in the window of the side hatch door, just in case we had to blow it out. We wouldn't get glass all over the place, but he forgot to do it. I guess we're all really excited about coming home. And so we're able to see the clouds go by, and as we were coming through the atmosphere, I've never seen clouds go by so fast in my life. It was really quite amazing. So it depends on how high you are, I guess.
And you had mentioned that the shuttle coming in at a slower rate, I mean, still incredibly fast, but slower than Orion is coming in. I've read that these astronauts are going to hit 4 Gs. Well, that's just a number to me. What was it like when you started to get the force of gravity, multiple times the force of gravity hitting your body?
Well, it does. It really does feel quite heavy because we haven't felt that kind of pressure. I mean, these individuals have had
1 minute to a 6-minute blackout.
We better talk quickly.
Integrity.
That's right. I'm certainly not going to interrupt you, Dr. Bondar, but I guess Mission Control can.
Yeah, for sure. Well, they have this flywheel, so they've been doing some exercise to try to cut back on some of the deconditioning. So we'll see how that works. But truly, they will be looking at things with a renewed eye. I mean, they're pilots. They've been across cloud layers before, and they've been high. But to be able to see the magnificence of Earth as they're coming through this fast at this angle, it will be really something.
Okay, I'm going to jump in. We are less than 10 seconds away from re-entry into atmosphere. Let's listen in. Okay, we're taking a live shot of Mission Control in Houston. We have hit, from what I understand, the blackout period is 6 minutes of time. The superheated plasma building up around the capsule, interfering with the transmission from Orion. Temperatures, just numbers, like so many of the numbers that are related to this mission are hard to comprehend, though, Dr. Bonder, one of the reasons we have you is I'm going to come in a second and ask you to help us comprehend this. 3,000 degrees Celsius, 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And another NASA official described this moment for the mission, for any mission, as it enters atmosphere and deals with those superheated temperatures, as the moment of truth. And so, Dr. Bonder, again, give us your astronaut's perspective on this moment now. They have entered atmosphere. We have radio silence because they can't communicate. Help us through your eyes, your experiences, what these moments are like.
It's true that, it is a dangerous period. Anytime you have flames flying around, not flying around, but anytime you have this marvelous experience of the plasma around the vehicle, and then you can see it out the window, it's something that's still, it's alive. It's not something that just is there. It is moving. And it's something that reminds you that you're trying to do something in a field that you're not normally supposed to be in as a human being. And it's something that you have to contend with if you're going to do these great things. One has to be able to say, okay, we're going through this. What kind of engineering things can we do to improve the experience, not to toast marshmallows on the outside, but rather think about how can we make this better, a different experience for other people? How can we make it safer? Because the plasma itself teaches us about ionization, and it teaches about some of the engineering principles. And these are things that we need to teach. The crossover between engineering and astronomy, or high altitude things, or radiation. And there are a number of ways that we can use this to try to solve other problems that we have in different aspects. But I think the idea, as people are going through this, we think about communication blackouts and why people might think that why in this day and age do we have any blackouts? I think it took a long time for people to understand what LOS was when people were behind the moon. So I think there are aspects of this kind of living, breathing, not maybe breathing, but sort of a living experience that's going on outside the vehicle that still bears more investigation. And how can we work with this in the future? I mean, we're going to have to go through the Mars atmosphere. We're going to have to go other places. And if there are some ways that we can deal with shielding from this, it would be much better. It was pointed out earlier about when Bob was talking about Columbia coming in. On my particular mission on the Space Shuttle Discovery, we didn't find out for a long time afterwards that we had the largest foam strike against our reinforced carbon-carbon edge of that wing. The largest one they had before Columbia, and it was within I think it was within an inch of that edge. We would have been like Columbia coming back, but it was something that didn't come up. They looked at it and said, oh, well, whatever. But we didn't learn from it. So when these flights come in, all the time, people are learning. They're learning about the structure of Orion coming back through. Yes, they're learning about the heat shield, but they're going to learn from the crew members inside that are constantly making these observations. So I think this is another part of living on a planet. This is another part of going through, and this is another part of thinking about what we have to go through if we want to go off the planet and we want to come back. So there's still so much science and engineering that can still come out of this.
Dr. Roberta Bonder, former Canadian astronaut, with us still for about half an hour in our live coverage as we get prepared for the conclusion of the Artemis II mission, the Orion space capsule. We're looking at, as you can see, a visualization, an animation of what is going on right now with the Orion capsule. We are 1 minute away from the end of the blackout period. And so what I'm going to do is just kind of bring you up to speed as to where we are, because I am really curious to hear about where things are at to listen to the radio transmissions when the crew gets out of this and they're able to talk. So I'll get us ready for that. We are getting reports that the recovery crews in the Pacific at the splashdown site, or the expected splashdown sites, have a visual on Orion right now. They can see it, even though Orion is not able to communicate with mission control, which is extraordinary. And we are now standing by for, again, you know, there's a series of milestones here, right? One of the milestones was the capsule separating from the service module. One of the milestones was entering Earth's atmosphere. And now, is that a live shot from the ground up to Orion? I'll bet it is. But the next milestone is just seconds away now, and that is when Orion emerges from this loss of signal, LOS, period, as the plasma burning around and interfering with radio and video transmissions. So you know that at Mission Control, they are waiting eagerly to reestablish contact with the capsule. So we're standing by for that as our live coverage continues here on CBC News Network. We're going to be with you all the way to the point when Artemis splashes down and beyond that. Okay,
Integrity, Houston, comm check, post-blackout.
Houston, Integrity, we have you loud and clear.
Your trajectory is nominal, and your recovery teams have visual.
Guidance looks good.
No action for the enabled internal camera controller fail.
Integrity.
We're going to check and see, but I'm guessing that this is a shot from the ground upwards towards the Orion capsule. And so that is what we believe at this point. That's incredible. Of course, now communication has been restored, but even before it could be, the visuals were there.
It's getting bigger.
There are a series of parachutes that are going to be deployed by the capsule as it slows down. It entered the atmosphere at a speed of just over 40,000 kilometers an hour. Another one of those extraordinary numbers.
Integrity, impact to the camera controller fail is no Cab 1 views of the chutes.
So let's watch for either visually watching for parachutes being deployed or listening to radio transmissions confirming that a series of parachutes are going to be deployed. Some of those parachutes are going to be used to have the heat shield go away from the capsule, and then parachutes that are going to be obviously doing the key job of slowing down the capsule from its extreme speeds as it entered the atmosphere.
Oh, wow.
Look at that.
Mm-hmm.
Those comments not coming from our studio, but coming from presumably where this is being shot.
Beautiful.
At this point, it's falling like a rock, isn't it? Until those parachutes come out.
Yeah.
Yes, there
we go.
There they are.
First ones.
And Houston, we're visual 2 drogues out the window.
So these drogue parachutes, a term that's familiar to people that do
We
more
see 'em.
extreme activities than I do, used to go from super high speeds to slower speeds, but they're going to only be deployed for a period of time. It slows the capsule down to maybe 500 kilometers an hour before we
Integrity,
see
good rates on 2 drogues.
3 parachutes
on board.
will then be deployed. We continue to look live.
Giant
as Orion
parachutes.
gets closer down to the Pacific Ocean. Yeah, Paul, jump in.
Yeah, very, very large parachutes as well. It's amazing that they don't just rip apart. You know what I mean? I mean, it's
Kevlar.
all the tech, Kevlar, exactly. God bless. It's funny, the simple things that have been so developed over time that enable this to happen.
There we
So
go. I
those
think
are the
we're
pilot
about to
chutes.
see.
And then the 3 large ones come out.
Yeah. Dr. Bonder, what are you thinking as you watch this?
Well, I'm just happy to see them. I mean, those 3 main ones are going to slow them right down, so they're going to just
Houston,
dip.
3 good mains out the window.
There we go.
Houston concurs good rates, and we see 3 good-looking parachutes.
Only 2 of those parachutes are needed for the capsule to slow down to the safe speed as it gets down towards the ocean, but rather than have the complications of a...
Integrity. Cabin pressure indicates no need for hydrazine checks.
Rather than have a spare parachute that needs to be deployed in an emergency, all 3 go up and work together. 5:05 Pacific time, which is the time zone that this is happening in, and so still light out, as you can see, still blue skies. We're about 60 seconds away from touchdown of the Artemis II mission. Let's just enjoy these live shots and listen in to the transmissions between Orion and Mission Control.
It's beautiful.
I got the red, white, and blue.
Just seconds away now from splashdown. It is 5:07 on the West Coast, 5:07, the time that we have been expecting Integrity to splash down in the Pacific Ocean, and it is going to be 5:07 almost to the second.
Integrity, splashdown, sending post-landing command now.
Copy splashdown, waiting on VLDR.
Welcome home, Jeremy. You look like jellyfish.
Okay, I want to listen in if I hear transmissions from the Orion capsule to Mission Control or the other way around. As soon as I hear that, I'll stop talking. But in the meantime, just remind you, you're watching live coverage here on CBC News Network, the extraordinary splashdown, as I say, to the minute. We were talking about 8:07 Eastern Time, 5:07 Pacific, and that's exactly what happened. And as far as we can tell, based on what we've been listening in on, it's happened not just like clockwork, but every step of the way. The separation of Orion from the service module, the deployment of the parachutes, and then the splashdown, all fine.
Integrity Houston, comm check on VLDR.
Houston, we have you loud and clear on VLDR. How us?
We have you the same. We'll meet you over in post-landing.
What a ride, Houston. What a journey. We are stable 1, 4 green crew members.
Houston copies all.
You can see people aboard the naval ship. That code you heard, green, means they are in great condition. And you can't see it now, but we saw it just a moment ago. Those, there we go, how quickly those crews are getting to the capsule. They are going to make sure that everything is safe around the Orion capsule. Medics will be going in to assess the crew. And but as I say, every indication at this point is that everything has gone so smoothly. Paul, again, as soon as we hear that those microphones open up, we'll pause. But why don't you jump in?
Yeah, I'm thinking a couple of things. One, it feels like such a flashback to the late 60s, early 70s, when we would see things like this regularly. And then, you know, Roberta, when the shuttles started landing, you know, like effectively on an airstrip, I thought, well, that's the way it's going to be forever. I never thought I'd see another splashdown like this again. It's incredible.
Yes, it's when we think about it, it's probably safer to land in the water. It's there's a lot of it, and it's pretty forgiving. But I must say that seeing those nice little flotation devices on the top of Orion is also is great too. They landed in stable 1, which means that it was in the right side up. They also had, if they had landed in stable 2, which means the other way around, these flotation devices would have righted them very quickly. So it's good to see those at the top. And I guess now we'll just wait till the crew gets out to be able to put this nice porch at the front for them to be able to egress once the medics get there and clear them.
Which will take some time, correct?
It will take some time, yes.
Roberta, a question I wanted to ask you earlier, and
Integrity Houston for SAR Beacon and radio.
Let's just listen in here.
SAR Beacon is in 406, and we're powering the radio now. Go ahead.
We see the beacon on. However, the recovery team is not seeing the signal. Your SAR radio uses the same antenna, so you may run into trouble with the radio.
Okay, copy. And we are also powering up the sat phone now.
So one of the things we're told is that the recovery crews stay a distance away from the capsule because of the possibility of debris falling. Looking at this shot, it's dark, but like I remind those of you watching across the country, still only coming up to 5:15 Pacific time, so still daylight off the coast of California. And
what might that, Roberta, what might that debris be, I wondered? Would that be the service module remnants, or what would it be?
That, it could be part of the heat shield coming off, and bits and pieces that are coming in the trail with them. It's not going to be big chunks, but it's enough to have bits and pieces that when there's traffic at that speed, that's why a bullet doesn't hurt you when you're looking at having it in the palm of your hand, but as soon as you stick it in a rifle and fire it off, it's going to kill you. So it's just these small bits and pieces can be quite deadly coming in very fast. They don't have parachutes on them, so.
Well, we can ask you this question now, Dr. Bonder. I did not want to ask you before. I don't know how nervous you were as the capsule was about to re-enter atmosphere and go through all the things it went through over the last 15 or 20 minutes, but maybe I'll ask you, how nervous were you?
Well, and I don't think that I could say that I was nervous. I mean, I think a level of concern is what I feel. And I think it's because I go back through the training that I had for the shuttle. It was, we were landing in California.
And Houston, so far, no joy on 28 per hour remain on this frequency.
We copy.
They're having a small problem with one of the antenna. But the idea of being nervous is something that crews don't want to be because it's too distracting. And the training, they've trained in the water with this capsule like this, with this crew that are rescuing me. I've watched online with some of the activities for the rescue part. And they had to simulate them not being well, and so they had to simulate them carting them off and bringing them in wheelchairs and stuff like that, with the astronauts having big smiles on their faces, for the PR shots. So they go through all of this, and I think for me it's just reinforces the training that I had during bailout training and survival training for phenomenal things that could happen. But you just have to you just have to train yourself not to wander into a field where you might get hit by something that you don't expect. You just have to be able to focus on what
very
you know.
weak and broken.
Integrity, Houston did not call.
So, Dr. Bonder,
it might have been on the SAR radio. Stand by.
I think what we're hearing now is, and it's kind of unusual, I think, just they're having some problems. Maybe it's the recovery crews making radio contact with the capsule, right?
Yeah, it's one of the antennas. They talked about SAR, which stands for Search and Rescue. So there are various antennae that they have, various radio systems that they use. They can't use the satellite system now, the TDRS satellite. That's not what they're using. That's what they're using coming in. They were on the Deep Space Network and then handed over to the TDRS, the Tracking Data Relay satellite system. And so now that they're in the water, they have shorter range, I would imagine they have shorter range communication systems that they use that are more standard that you normally use for search and rescue ops. So I would imagine that there's an antenna that they deploy or that they normally use for different kind of bandwidth to communicate with the crew. But I don't know for sure. But I just assume, making that assumption from what I can hear.
Well, we are fortunate to have two former Canadian astronauts with us at this point in the coverage. Their visits with us are going to overlap for a few moments. So Dr. Roberta Bonder, former shuttle astronaut we've been speaking to, and Chris Hadfield, former commander of the International Space Station and best-selling author, joins us now. And yeah, nice to see both of you guys on the air next to each other, because I keep saying of the sort of elite Canadians, very few people can claim that title more than astronauts.
With no joy on SAR and SAT phone, we'd like you to command an additional 15 minutes for a total of 30-minute power down delay.
Chris, I can ask you bigger questions in just a moment, but what do you make of what appears to be a small but maybe significant communications issue right now?
All right, we just selected
not a big deal.
D+30. No joy on SAR radio or SAT phone.
So they're trying to set up, as Roberta said, and Roberta, good to be beside you here. They're trying to set up their search and rescue linkage phone so they can talk to the helicopter and the divers and the ship and all that stuff. And I mean, all the danger is done. They are floating right side up in the Pacific, and the helicopters there are going to put the divers in next to them, make sure everything's safe, and then extract them, hoist them up, put them on the ship. So this is just, the cleanup after the incredible, amazing events that have just happened. So nobody's too worried about it. Just be methodical. Get the comm set up.
If you are happy with your comm with Master Diver, you can go back to the 15-minute power down.
Yeah, and what we're going to do
Yeah, we'll confirm here in a second.
for Chris and Roberta and Paul, just to let all of you know, is yeah, we'll let we'll let Mission Control interrupt us as much as they want. As soon as we hear those radio transmissions, we can just pause so our audience is watching this live coverage on CBC News Network and get the full flavor of what's going on. But Chris, let me ask you, now that the crew has successfully returned to Earth, how are you feeling over the last 20 minutes?
I feel spectacular. I mean, what a marvelous and dreamed of ending for an amazing voyage for all four of those crew members, specifically, of course, for Jeremy Hansen. But for everyone,
call you on the sat phone and not getting an answer there either.
From everybody around the world, what an amazing.
We haven't had anything come through.
I spent a lot of years working in mission control, so I'm used to interrupting myself when somebody else starts talking here. But it is so exquisitely hard to do what they just did. Brand new rocket, nobody had ever flown. Brand new spaceship, no one had ever flown it before. And they just made it all look like it was inevitably easy. And they brought the great joy of humanity to the exploration of the moon itself. So I couldn't be happier. And I've been emailing with Jeremy on board. I just can't wait to shake his hand and
Reed, just to
look into his
confirm,
eyes.
You are pushing the PTT on the radio.
And hear his stories when he gets back.
I love how patient you're being with the interruptions. I certainly wouldn't interrupt you like that, but we do want to hear those radio transmissions when
So as we
can.
continue to sort out the communications between Integrity and the recovery teams, we are standing by for the initiation of the power down procedures that, as you see, the recovery teams are moving towards the side of the capsule. The next major event will be the erection of that large inflatable raft called the front porch that will be the port of call for the crew as they're being extracted one by one from the vehicle.
Chris, Roberta Bondar, obviously a shuttle astronaut, so came in, landed on the shuttle on a runway. What about for you? How did you come back to Earth from the International Space Station?
I was lucky enough, like Roberta, to fly on the space shuttle. I also had a flight on a capsule, on a Soyuz capsule. And so the entry was quite similar to this, not as fast, so not as much energy, but coming down and opening a parachute. And then we didn't land in the water. We landed in a farmer's field. And just before touchdown, to keep from hitting the dirt too hard, we fired little retro rockets just to cushion it. And then, bounced and rolled to a stop and then got dragged out. And those poor guys now, they've been beautifully weightless for 10 days. And now they're, 4 people in a boat trying not to get seasick. So I hope the divers can get all their work done quickly and get them extracted and safely up onto the ship.
Yeah, and that's one of the things I was reading about earlier, that I think they call him the flight surgeon, was talking about nausea can be a problem for crews generally, but especially upon re-entry. So they've taken their anti-nausea medication. But what was it like for you coming in on that Soyuz capsule? Were you kind of nauseous at the end of that process?
Well, the re-entry is all fine, but when you get back and suddenly there's this continuous gravity field that your body has forgotten, you're nauseous. And so, but you have a choice of throwing up or not. So we take anti-nausea medicine. You don't want to take so much that you feel drowsy, but we try and take enough so that we can function and do our job properly. But truth be told, a little while after I landed, I threw up, just exhaustion, dizziness, all of those things combined. I felt much better afterwards. And if they got to throw up, they'll throw up. It's no big deal.
Absolutely. We are live here on CBC News Network as we have watched the splashdown of the Orion capsule and the concluding chapter, the Artemis II mission. And Paul Hunter is with us, Chris Hadfield, the former commander of the International Space Station. And Paul, I know you have a question.
Yeah, hey, Chris, nice to see you again. First of all, I'm just processing that you were emailing Jeremy Hansen in the not too distant past. It's kind of freaking me out, to be honest. And I have a second question, but I got to ask you about the Soyuz, because I was wondering about that. Like, at the moment of impact back, I never understood how the Russians did that. Like, is it a thump when you hit, even as you describe it with the sort of reverse thrust blasts?
Yeah, it's fairly primitive and antiquated, but it works. And so they stick with it. There's no reason to change it if it works. I think it's most eloquently described as 25 explosions followed by a car crash. And that's what it's like to come back in a Soyuz, because there's all these different pyrotechnics going on to separate you from various things and to deploy the parachute and get rid of your heat shield and all the rest of it. And then just about a meter above the ground, there's this little, the same sort of sensor that's in a camera to measure distance. It's measuring how far away the dirt is. And when it gets to about a meter and a half, it fires a little array of gunpowder rockets on the bottom of the ship, and that cuts your speed in half. So that goes as like a big bang inside, and then followed immediately after by an even bigger bang. And then whatever speed the wind is blowing, you hit the ground at that speed sideways. And so the capsule can tumble a couple times as you're rolling to a stop. It is a rude and unmistakable welcoming back to Earth.
Jeepers. I love all of that. Back to Artemis. We were commenting earlier that it came down pretty much to the second, as predicted. It strikes me, am I right here, that this has, like, toilets aside and this little antenna problem aside, it was a remarkably problem-free, if not perfect, trip. Is that how it struck you? Like, everything seemed to go right on this.
I think everything did go right on this. It's just incredible what we can accomplish when we give ourselves a near impossible task. We get really good people working together, and then we work as a team, international, the European service module, a Canadian as one of the 4 crew members, and all of those pools of expertise coming together to figure out how can we make this work. And the proof is in the pudding here. They had a flawless mission. I mean, if the only thing we're talking about is how to keep the toilet running, that's been a good space flight. And I'm just so pleased for everyone and relieved and delighted. And you said this is sort of the mission drawing to a close. Boy, it really isn't. The data gathering phase, the proof phase is over. But now this is the first of the whole Artemis program of starting to settle on the moon, and all the lessons that need to be drawn out of this, the billion things they've learned over the last 10 days that are now going to be applied to training the next crews, to improving the next vehicle, and optimizing everything for success. The flight may be over, but Jeremy's work is continuing for a long time, and to all really good end. So, yeah, I'm just gushing with delight at how well it went.
Dr. Bonder, the one of the things that I was struck by so many things during this Artemis II mission, but one of them is the amount of communication that these astronauts were expected to have with the public before the mission. I went to Houston and interviewed Jeremy in the last fall, and was struck by what a great communicator he was. During the mission, repeated news conferences with a president, with a prime minister, with school children, with members of the public. And so it will continue. Was it like that, Dr. Bonder, in your day as an astronaut?
There was always a push to make sure that people could communicate what the Canadian space program was all about. It wasn't just about being an astronaut, it was about space science. And if you were an engineer, you really needed to talk about some of the biology. If you were a biologist, you needed to know something about the engineering part of it. So it was really a potpourri of what Canada was doing in space. And that was part of the expectation when you were a Canadian astronaut. You were the face of the whole of the space program in Canada. And I think as the years went on and Canada developed more and more experience and more history with the human space program, then it became fairly obvious that people were really, really interested in the human component, not just the science. And so I think that there was a sort of, at the time of the Challenger accident, the first accident happened, people really started thinking about the fact that we had Canadians who were going to be brave souls, who were going to put their lives at risk to go into a vehicle that had been shown that was vulnerable. regardless of how many fixes they gave it. So I think that was the kind of turning point where people really wanted individuals to be communicating a lot better. And of course, social media wasn't what it is now. So there's been, I think, a gradual progression for people to speak better because there's more of a demand for people to be online more, to do small videos, to be participating in things. And there's a lot of international pressure to be a good face for a particular country or a particular mission. Those are the kinds of things. Now that there's a lot more communication, as Chris has all kinds of experience, and especially with the guitar and singing, the opportunities in space station to show your personality. And before that, if you did anything at all, like on the space sub that I was on, if you did anything that showed, even if you wanted to show maple syrup, I mean, it was like, get out of here, Bonder. You're just a Canadian. Move on. It was unseemly. And now it's embraced. So there is a gradual evolution for communication skills. And certainly working with internationals, one is driven to try to extend those to other languages as well. And I think the camaraderie would help with people having more of different phrases and things that a common person could use, not just from a book.
You are watching live coverage on CBC News Network. I'm Ian Hannah-Mansing. Paul Hunter is in Washington, and two former celebrated Canadian astronauts, Chris Hadfield and Roberta Bonder, are also with us live. Our information at this hour is we do know that the Artemis II mission, at least to Chris's point, to this point, there's still more data assessment and to come, but at least the physical part of this journey almost over. The capsule in the water landed safely. All indications that the crew is fine, and we're waiting for the extraction crew to complete its work. And we will stay with these live images as that happens, as we talk to these two astronauts. You were the commander, Chris, at the International Space Station, so maybe you didn't have to check with anybody. But before you pulled out that guitar, was that something you were able to do, or did you have to check multiple levels of bureaucracy before you got the okay?
The guitar was put on the space station by our psychological support team because they recognized, long before I was living on the space station on my third flight, they recognized that music is everywhere and it predates written history. We found musical instruments in caves from 42,000 years ago. And we celebrate and explain life to ourselves often through music. And it has such an enormous cultural significance. And none of that goes away when an international crew is gathered on board a spaceship. And so that guitar, it actually turned out to be a Canadian guitar, just by lucky chance. When that little group of NASA engineers went to the local guitar shop to buy a guitar for the space station, the guitar salesman sold them a Larry Vay made in Vancouver, which is lovely. And that's been up there ever since the summer of 2001. So over 140,000 world tours, that guitar up there. And it gets played almost every day because at least one of the crew, knows a little bit of guitar. And we used it all the time for birthdays, for national holidays, for when we had a dinner together. After dinner, several of the folks played some guitar and they'd play songs from their childhood. When you're a long way from home, the art of music is very comforting and soothing. And so, yeah, I think it was really smart of them to put it up there, and it's still up there.
Paul?
Yeah, a question for both of you, if you don't mind. Earlier this evening, we saw an interview that Ian did with William Shatner, and they had, visuals of his trip up on a Blue Origin, right? And as we look toward putting boots on the ground on the moon and a moon base, a big role to play by either Blue Origin or SpaceX or both. All these years of taking steps into space, we've been talking about NASA and the CSA and the ESA, but increasingly, right, it's commercial enterprise, isn't it? Is that where this is going? I wonder what each of you think about that for the years to come, and not including with the building the moon base.
Well, let's put it this way. I think that any amount of individuals having some kind of experience to be able to see the planet and to be able to do something in space is always good. I guess the thing that I had the most when I saw the footage of Mr. Shatner when he came back was that he was becoming, he seemed to have been almost overwhelmed by seeing what he called the thin blue atmosphere of Earth. And he was explaining it at the time. And Mr. Bezos, I think, was quite interested in celebrating the fact that everybody came back alive and there was going to be another flight. So there wasn't that great interest in hearing what he had to say. And some people have gone up and just more interested in throwing Smarties around and playing at the windows. So there still is a huge spectrum of individual responses to going into space, but it doesn't mean that people shouldn't go because you think that they might not have the response you'd like them to have. I think that it is an experience that if some humans can have it, there's no reason why all humans shouldn't have the opportunity. I don't think it should be elitist. And I do think that we have a lot of issues on Earth, but I also feel very, very strongly that we have parallel things that we do. And if space is accessible to businesses and they drive different technologies and they drive different types of insights and they drive things like government to do things differently, well, that's a good and healthy thing, I think.
Or build lunar landers, right?
There you go.
Yeah,
Chris, I
Blue
wonder what your
Origin.
thoughts are on where this is going. Sorry.
Yeah, Blue Origin, and I agree with Roberta. That speech that Bill Shatner was giving after he landed, and the things he said since, that's a crusty old guy from Montreal who's been an actor his whole life and has seen and done everything, and he was shaken to his boots by the reality of our planet, and he just never really imagined it. Even though he'd pretended to command a spaceship, he just never really thought about the reality of our precious little Eden surrounded by an endless, deathly, empty void of blackness. And it really changed his perception. And I think that's kind of an important self-realization for everybody to have. He flew on Blue Origin, though. They do these little suborbital flights like the one he flew on. But as you just mentioned, their big lunar lander, the probably the vehicle that's going to next takes people to the surface of the moon, it just came out of the vacuum chamber testing this week. So they've learned a lot by hopping that little rocket up and down in order to better understand how to land that rocket on the moon. And maybe just one other thought as a parallel, it was almost impossible to get to Antarctica 110 years ago. People died in the attempt, and Shackleton and all endurance and all that other stuff. But our technology got better, and then people could start to stay there more safely. And now there are thousands of people working, scientists, researchers across the continent from all different countries, including a group living at the South Pole. So all that is going on in Antarctica. But meanwhile, cruise ships regularly pull up to the shore of Antarctica. I read this week that about 100,000 tourists a year venture down to Antarctica and back. And I think that is sort of the future of spaceflight and the moon. There will be a core of people doing the work and the scientific and the productive stuff, but that doesn't mean you should deny the rest of the world the experience. And so we need to figure out how we're going to do it. And it's still really early days. But the model of Antarctica is a pretty strong one, perhaps, of thinking how now, as we're starting to settle the moon, how it might work out.
I have a quick question, and I don't know, Roberta or Chris, if either of you know this, and if you do, just jump in. As the crew in the Orion capsule await extraction, would they be remaining strapped into their seats in that kind of safety position? Will they unstrap themselves? Any idea what they might be doing right now?
If it's what I did, I did lots of. I'm sorry, Roberta, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, if I were them, I'd be staying strapped in, but it's just, I've seen how that thing looks. And there's not much that can stand around and get their Earth legs back like you could in other vehicles. But
as part of my Soyuz capsule training, we because it was our emergency rescue vehicle, it was very conceivable that we would land in the water. And, you know, the Pacific from space, it's almost half the world. So we did water survival lots. And so I was dropped inside a capsule into the Black Sea, actually, multiple times in training to get ready for my flight. And you're better to stay strapped in because, as Roberta just noted, the vehicle's rocking a lot. And weirdly, that vehicle's nice sitting on its bottom like that, but it also has a stable position upside down. Like it could sit upside down and remain that way. And so you definitely don't want to get ahead of yourself. What they will do is start, you know, loose their gloves and maybe getting their helmet off and stowing all the loose stuff in the cockpit, getting things tidied up for when the divers open the hatch and start extracting them. But there are 4 of them, and the divers have a planned order to extract them, and they have strict procedures, and so you don't want all 4 people like loose and bouncing around inside. So, yeah, I'm pretty confident they'll be tightly strapped in, waiting for the captain, you know, to turn off that overhead light so they can get out of their seats.
You were mentioning, Chris, that you threw up after you went through all that, just as your body got readjusted to everything. I mean, how long now for these 4 before they can walk normally and sit and everything is in their body back to normal? They've been gone 10 days, but complete weightlessness for that whole time. How long till their head is straight and their stomach straight and they can be regular people again?
Roberta, your flight was, I forget what the duration of it wasn't that much different. What was your experience?
Well, when I used to do a lot of aviation and space medicine, we had a little rule of thumb, and that was for short duration flights, it was a day down for every day up. But once you start getting longer duration, it was a lot longer, especially for some of the issues like bone loss, for example. But for the actual walking around, when we landed, like within the first hour, people were trying to. We were just standing in the middeck and trying to just stand upright. And I remember that there were 3 of us, and we were standing up, and everyone started leaning towards the right and pushing off a wall. And then we started pushing. We were all leaning towards the left, and it was just ridiculous. And we just went back, and we go this way. I mean, and then one of the guys had wanted to get a rental car, and I'm going like, really? You can't even stand up straight. But we were doing things. We're doing a lot of balance testing, and they've been doing some kind of testing. On my flight, neither I nor the German astronaut were allowed to do any cardiovascular condition. We were not allowed to touch any of the equipment. Those were the days when non-Americans were persona non grata. So you weren't protected for exercise time. So we were really knocked off when we came back, and it was really quite difficult. So we were kind of in a class, a different kind of class. But that's sort of the rule of thumb: short duration, day down for every day up. So after a 10-day mission, after a couple of weeks, people should be feeling pretty normal. But certainly, after the first 24 hours, you're starting to feel a little bit better. But certainly, when you first get back, you don't feel necessarily that great against gravity.
Chris, you were long-term.
What changed? Sorry, just want to jump in there. What changed between Roberta Bondar's time when a non-American was persona non grata on the space shuttle, and then, on the space shuttle, and in your time when a Canadian could be the commander of the International Space Station? What changed?
Intergovernmental agreements, Canada and the United States and all the other members of the International Space Station, 15 nations around the world, built a whole structure of agreements with increased levels of trust and therefore increased levels of responsibility. And so I had the opportunity to have a different role within NASA, so that I could be like chief of space station operations. I was NASA's director of operations in Russia. Me, as a Canadian, I was NASA's director of operations in Russia for a couple of years. And that all led to then, I could never have been the space shuttle commander. President Reagan had decreed that had to be an American citizen. But I think that's fair. It's their space shuttle and they paid for it and it should be commanded by an American. But the International Space Station is different. It's an international project. And so I was lucky with the timing that I had the opportunity to command the International Space Station. And something I just wanted to say, the readaptation coming back, my first 2 flights were shorter. The next morning when I woke up, I was lying in bed and I could feel myself floating weightless above the bed. Like my body remembered somehow because I was being suspended by the bed. And in that sort of half sleep, half waking period, I knew for sure I was weightless. And then as I became more aware, I was like, oh no, I'm back in bed on Earth. And then the next morning when I woke up, it was again, but only very briefly. And by the 3rd morning, it was gone. But it was just lovely watching my body try and make the transition from the wonderful freedom of weightlessness to the eternal oppression of gravity and get back to normal life.
Roberta, I don't know if you have the view that we do of the feed from NASA. Well, now it's a far-off shot of the capsule, but as you and Chris were talking, we were seeing one of the vessels, looks like a raft, getting really close to the capsule. We're told one of the things it's doing is a hazard assessment. But yeah, like tantalizingly slow. I can't imagine what Dr. Catherine Hansen is thinking as she's at Mission Control watching this video and say, get on with it. Like, open up that hatch and see how things are going. But can you give us any insight, Dr. Bondar, in terms of what is likely happening right now?
Well, one thing they want to do is since we were talking about medical things, adaptation, readaptation, they want to get a medic on board to examine. So I don't think they're trying to slow things down. I think they really just have, as Chris has pointed out a couple of times, they have protocols. And you can't just say, well, it looks pretty good, we'll go in there. That's when you get bitten. So you just have to follow. These are times when you really have to follow protocol, and there's no way around it. You just have to do it, and the people inside know it. They may not. They may wish it was different. I'm sure. I can't imagine how they're looking for. Now, I'm sure that maybe I shouldn't say this, but I'm sure they're all looking forward to getting into the ship and getting to the washrooms and getting a shower. I'm sure they'll be allowed a shower, and they'll probably have someone there making sure they don't stumble getting a shower, and getting some nice clean clothes to get back. I'm sure they will not let them leave the ship without a t-shirt and a nice ball cap with the Mirtha insignia on it. So I think that's kind of the stuff that will keep them going. And they've also got to power down the instruments inside, as Chris said. They've got stuff they've got to stow, even with the limited reach that they have. They've got tablets in front of them. They've got notes to make, and so I think they're fine. I don't think they're sitting there waiting for the world to come and get them. They've got stuff to do. But when the world comes to get them, they're going to be very happy to see that hatch opening.
Can I ask a big picture question? Roberta, when were you up? 92, I think, right, in Discovery?
Yes.
That was 20 years after Apollo 17, right? And it's been 34 years since you were up. Could you have imagined in 1992 it'd be another 34 years before we went back to the moon? Because that's what this is really all about. People have now gone back to the moon. It's kind of incredible, but it took a long time. Did you think then that it would be that long?
No, I did not. I mean, I had personal views about where I felt the space program at that time should be going, and it took them 30 years to catch up.
Short answer. Chris, your thoughts?
People get frustrated, even everyone's frustrated right now. Hey, come on, get out of the capsule, get on with it. But it's normal. I always look to history when I'm trying to predict the future. And maybe a good example is when John Cabot sailed out of the United Kingdom. Like he couldn't get money. He was from Italy. He couldn't get money from Spain, couldn't get money from Portugal, changed his name from Giovanni Caboto to John Cabot, got money from the King of England, sailed in 1496, wrecked. The ship, the Matthew, was wrecked. They limped back into port, got money raised again, and sailed in 1497 and discovered newfound land in the name of the king. And that was 1497, just 5 years after Columbus. With that knowledge, that, hey, there's an entire continent over there right now, like unimaginably untapped possibilities over there. It took nearly 100 years before they did anything with that knowledge. The transition from early exploration to actually settlement, it always takes time. Because you got problems at home and how do you find the funding this year and what's the guarantee of return in that new place? So yeah, I'm with Roberta. It should have happened much faster, but reality would indicate this is nothing unusual. And I'm just very heartened by the strong impetus right now and success of this mission that helps us maybe get to that next stage. Now that we know it's there, now we have better technology to make it more safely accessible, then this is maybe the moment in history where we'll carry the inertia to be able to set up that first human settlement near the water on the moon. And the impetus of a competitor always helps too, much as it did 500 years ago. The impetus of a competitor with China going to put their astronauts on the moon by 2030, that, I think, helps hasten the metronome a little bit, too.
Funny how that works, isn't it?
Live here on CBC News Network, and we are watching the preparations being made to extract the 4 astronauts from the Orion space capsule. Jeremy Hansen, of course, and 3 NASA American astronauts. We're told no hazards were detected, and the floating raft, the so-called front porch, is being installed, and soon after that, medics will go in and check out the crew, and then after that, we'll have the extraction. We continue to bring you these shots live as we continue to follow this extraordinary mission. Paul, when you and I were at the Kennedy Space Center back in Wednesday, I find it hard to believe. It was just 9 days ago. It feels so much longer. But when the rocket launched, so first of all, we had all these multiple windows, and I think it actually launched 9 minutes into the first window. So that actually came as a bit of a surprise. And then we were told it was going to be 9 days and 1 hour if everything went according to plan when it would touch down. I'm just looking at the stats now. 9 days, 1 hour, 32 minutes, and 15 seconds. So, right on the money. And
it's remarkable.
And Roberta Bonder and Chris Hatfield, we're going to toggle between specific questions about things we see here or anything you want to talk about in terms of, through your eyes, what you're seeing, and some bigger questions like the one Paul just asked. And I want to ask each of you this, and Dr. Bonder, maybe first to you, and then Commander Hatfield to you. And that is the role of Jeremy Hansen as a Canadian aboard. You were both Canadians aboard. You talked a little bit about that. But I'm also, thinking that with Jeremy, a Canadian aboard at a time when, we don't have to tell anybody watching, it's kind of tense relations between our two countries. And what role do you think, what importance do you think is on the shoulders of Jeremy Hansen post-mission? Dr. Bonder?
Well, he's still part of this crew, no matter what happens in the future. And this crew is going to be going internationally together, I would expect, certainly to the countries that provided the service module and some of the experiments and things that were on board. I mean, some of the CubeSats, the countries that provided those, they're going to be representing, as Jeremy has said so many times, all of humanity to go to the moon, and that everyone sees the moon. It's an accessible thing, that the stars in the universe should be accessible to people if they look up to the night sky. But I think for Canadians, it's important to have a person and not viewed as a man or a woman or any particular gender, but rather as a soul, as someone who represents the best that we have of a generation and a best that we have of an explorer of this type. Someone who has not been able to be upfront of mind 20 years ago. And so people can see that it takes a lifetime sometimes to grow the kind of experience and expertise, and that being a Canadian does not preclude that one can have a background in Canada and one can be trained elsewhere in the world as well and still represent this country. I think every time we saw Jeremy at the beginning, certainly at the beginning and through the flight as well, but at the beginning when he was getting strapped in, when he was in the white room, he was always pointing to the Canadian flag. And because he was the largest one in the crew, he was always in front of the camera. I mean, he was a presence. And Canada's a big country. And so Jeremy almost became the country as well as becoming the Canadian. I think he well represented it from many different angles. And I think going forward, people will recognize the name and recognize the fact that he was amongst this crew. Now, he wants, and he said, that we don't want this record to stand very long. We want other people to come in and do all these things. And this record will always stand because they'll always be the first ones that went the farthest. And he's not going to be stopped there. He's going to still do things in his life. And whether he leverages this particular mission or what he does from this mission, his future is not written. But we do know that whatever he does, he will carry the torch for Canada always, and that Canadians will be proud of it, so that in the history books, kids will be able to do projects on him. They'll be able to do projects on the moon. They'll be able to look at the contribution of people like Commander Hadfield. They'll be able to look at Mr. Garneau's accomplishments as the first Canadian went into space. They'll be able to look at these things with pride. That's what I think. And I know it's a long answer, but there is a longer one, but I'll stop there.
Yeah, no, listen, I appreciate this so much. Chris, before you get a chance to answer that, why don't you describe or just kind of reflect on these extraordinary live pictures we're seeing now. The hatch to Orion is open, Chris.
Yeah, isn't that great? They are getting the hatch open now, getting access to the crew. What the crew's going to sense is quite miraculous, and they are going to feel Earth for the first time, like smell it and feel the change of humidity on their skin. And it's a weird reintroduction to the place that you've lived the rest of your life. It's a very austere clinical environment living on board a spaceship where machines are doing all the air processing, and it's kind of odorless and very pristine. And now they're back in the messiness of Earth, and they're going to feel the sun directly on their face as they get pulled out. And they're going to carefully get extracted one by one, hooked up to a harness, and actually lifted up into a helicopter. Imagine that, after flying all the way back from space, and now you're dangling under a helicopter. And then in the helicopter, get taken over to the ship, and then, as Roberta said, hopefully get a chance to have a shower, cleaned up, and ready to face everyone. But this moment here, with the hatch open, with some sailor who's super trained, who's come in to rescue you, and your first interaction with the world, they'll remember this moment as clearly and poignantly as any other phase of the mission, just because it represents so much.
40 people, we're told, are on those various watercraft surrounding, and in one case connected to Orion. 4 people inside the capsule now as they begin to deal with the crew and check them out before the crew finally gets extracted, standing on that front porch, and then, as Chris just mentioned, brought up by helicopter eventually. And Chris, we'll keep watching this. I may jump in if we see a development, but perhaps you can talk about the question that I asked Roberta Bonder a few moments ago, and that is the post-mission expectations for Jeremy Hansen, and especially being the Canadian astronaut, the only Canadian, the only non-American to go beyond Earth's orbit.
I think that's what the last thing you just said there, Ian, is perhaps the one that will have the most significance. Of all of the countries of the world that could have been part of this 4-person crew, it wasn't a Russian. In fact, no Russian has ever, or Soviet, they were the first to fly in space. They have never managed to leave Earth orbit and go to the moon. China is working on it, but they haven't managed to do it yet either. The first human being who was not an American citizen to ever leave Earth orbit and travel all the way to the moon and back was a Canadian. And that didn't happen accidentally or through drawing straws or something. That happened because we've been in the space business since the very beginning. We were the third nation on Earth with our own, Canadian-built satellite in orbit after the Soviet Union, then the United States, then it was us. And we have pioneered so many different technologies in space. We've flown multiple astronauts in space, and we've been a deeply trusted partner with multiple countries, including the U.S., over all this time. And this flight is the child of that. The fact that Jeremy was an integral part of this crew, a Canadian working directly with these people to find mutual success, that is the real long-term significance and history of what's happening. And I think people need to look at that and find comfort and optimism in it. That despite, the transient of human failings and policies and things that are going on, in the big picture, this was what happened because of 60 years of mutual work. And this, as Roberta said, this isn't over. This isn't the end of anything. This is a door opening now that no Canadian has ever walked through before, and opening opportunities for young Canadians to think about what might happen in their lives. I happen to be sitting tonight about 200 yards from where I was sitting when I watched Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin walk on the moon. I was at a neighbor's place. And so the parallel is really strong with me right now, that those ideas of what might be possible that I hadn't been able to formulate in my head as a little kid growing up in Canada. And I sure couldn't think that ever a Canadian would do that. When I saw those people walk on the moon for the first time, it just made me realize that this didn't happen by magic. It happened because a bunch of people worked together for a long time, willing to change who they were and pursue something dangerous and complex and amazing. And that's what Jeremy just did. And so lots, I think, of young Canadian kids can look at this and maybe think, I hadn't really thought that type of thing was an option for myself. But Jeremy and Jenny Gibbons, who is his backup, they're a clear example that this is a possibility for Canada. And there's no denying that this just happened. And so to me, that's a wonderful, lingering magnificence of what we just witnessed.
Yeah, and wonderfully stated as well. We're live here on CBC News Network. I'm Ian Hannah-Mansing in Vancouver. We continue our coverage of the return of Artemis II to Earth, or in this case, just off the coast of California in the Pacific Ocean. And we're going to stay with this story as the crew is extracted from the capsule and taken to a ship, and then eventually heading back to dry land. It's an extraordinary story, and as you just heard, we have the Canadian perspective on it. My colleague Paul Hunter is in Washington. Dr. Roberta Bonder, a former shuttle astronaut, Canadian astronaut, is with us from Florida, and Chris Hadfield, former commander of the International Space Station, best-selling author, is with us as well. It is so fantastic to have all of you aboard as we tell this incredible story. And for those just joining us, I should say that we'll have an edition of The National in about an hour's time as our coverage continues here. And also, if you are just joining us, so far so good. The re-entry, a dangerous part of this mission, has gone off, as far as we can tell, flawlessly. We know the crew has communicated to Mission Control that they are fine. The hatch is open. Medical personnel are now dealing with the crew members, and the extraction is the next major step to come. And Paul, why don't you jump in? I think you have a question.
Yeah, Dr. Bonder, I was great answer to the question about you know, Jeremy representing Canada and such, and representing humans. But I was thinking, you know, to your trip in '92, first Canadian woman in space, and, you know, Chris was just referencing Jenny Gibbons from Calgary, who was Jeremy's backup, and we have Christina Cook on board. Just curious, your thoughts on the effect of Christina Cook and that you must have experienced when you came back on the little girls out there who may dream of getting out into space as we continue to take steps that way, the effect of gender, in a sense. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, it's very true to have someone that's recognizable, whether it's color, culture, gender. I think it's always important. There's something that's recognizable that people can relate to, whether it's wearing glasses or whatever. It's important. Well, I'm not sure how many people think about it, but I get quite often tagged for stuff in STEM, and I keep talking about STEAM because I like putting art in there because I think it's extremely important for all aspects of science, technology, engineering, and math. But I've been struck lately with how many women have come to me and have gone into a career because I've inspired them, but it's not a career necessarily in any one of the traditional STEM fields, but they're careers about teaching, or they're careers about something they've been passionate about, because I talk about passion all the time, and that's what you need to have in order to have a fulfillment in your life. And it's just been quite amazing to me. I just a quick little story. When I was up in, I have a foundation in my name, and we have a traveling exhibition of some of my very large images that I've taken aerial and surface on migratory birds. And it was up in the Paw in northern Manitoba. And this woman came with her husband, and she asked if I would sign something for her. And here she had brought with her a foam board that she had kept from the time she was in grade 3 that she had done on me, and asked if I would sign it. And here she was, like, I don't know, 23, 24 years old, pregnant with her first child, and had kept this board all this time because it had inspired her to continue learning and continue pursuing something that she had wanted to do, was to be a teacher. And that's the kind of thing that I have heard more about since we've been doing these traveling exhibitions across the country. And it's not necessarily about the STEM part, but it's about the continuous learning. And I think that's what's really important as well. It's not necessarily that I'm going to have a whole pile of people trying to emulate me and be little astronauts or little aerospace engineers, but rather people who are trying to be part of society in a meaningful and passionate way, that they can share learning and can make learning a bigger thing and can contribute to learning. That's what I find is becoming more and more apparent to me. And maybe it's because I'm getting older, as we all are. But that's what I find is so exciting.
I'm going to pick up on that point and put a question to Chris in just a sec as we continue to watch the Orion capsule live and await the extraction of the 4 astronauts, including, of course, Canadian Jeremy Hansen. And Chris, I haven't done a lot of space coverage, but I went down to Houston to interview David Saint-Jacques and watch him prepare for his mission. Same thing with Jeremy Hansen. Went with Paul to see the launch on last Wednesday in Florida of Artemis II. One of the things, I've covered a lot of Olympic Games, and when I do that, and stick with me, this is going to connect in a sec, I come away from that just being so impressed by the dedication of athletes. And actually kind of I think to myself, I need to work a little harder, not just at fitness, but other things too. And my time observing NASA and the CSA and astronauts and the support crew, I've been struck by the intelligence, the pursuit of excellence. I saw a sign in Houston that talked about, something like admit your mistakes, solve problems, just the whole ethos of so much riding on every single thing that NASA does. But talk about that for a second, because, you know, Canada's part of that too with the Canadian Space Agency, but this group of incredibly smart people driven by science, pursuing excellence, hoping to help humanity. I don't think I'm overstating that, Chris, but what's your view of all of that?
I think this crew of 4 people, in amongst all of their scientific and technical achievements, has probably made that visible better than any crew that I've ever seen. They had us on board not just for scripted events or, you know, standard sort of NASA press conference events, but just on board with them and seeing how crisp and professional and focused they are, but also how humble they are. These are 4 very accomplished human beings, and yet putting mission ahead of self, putting every other crew member ahead of themselves, speaking with deference and regard for everybody that they talk to. And then I'm sure you've spoken about it already, but the incredibly poignant moment, and I'm so delighted it was Jeremy who was the one sort of with the microphone in his hand, but to name a new feature on the moon after the wife of the commander. His wife had passed away, as a lot of folks know, during training. Her name Carol, of cancer. You know, Jeremy and Reed Weissman, the commander, they were hired in the same class in 2009, 17 years ago. Those 2 people have been working together, and you know, their wives were friends and their kids are friends, and then Reed's wife passed away. And then for the crew to recognize here is a tremendous opportunity to honor her, but also to celebrate her life. And the words that Jeremy read with the emotion just so heavy in his voice. And then the spontaneous reaction, Reed reaching out and holding on to Jeremy's shoulder, trying to give him strength so that he could make it through the whole speech without his voice breaking. And then just the spontaneous, you know, weightless hug of the 4 of them, recognizing the importance of what was happening. That's what spaceflight is actually like. It's not the movie stuff and the grim perception that is often portrayed in film. It is a bunch of people who are extremely capable, but who have said, this is bigger than I am, and I'm going to do my part as well as I possibly can. And then I'm also going to try and share it amongst my crew and with everybody else to the limit of my ability, so everybody can draw whatever benefit they want from it. And to me, that is a huge positive impact of what's happening and what has occurred this last week in space. And I'm delighted to read online and in the media people's reactions to that. It's something maybe they were misled on, but it is the joyful reality of exploration and discovery by people who are focused. And I've loved being a part of that my whole life. And I'm just so excited to see it done so well here.
Chris, I'm going to say that astronauts are so skilled they can even predict the next question they're going to get asked, because I was just going to ask you about that moment. To me, it was, science and history aside, it was the moment of the journey for all the reasons that you just stated. I think Reed even said that when he put his hand on Jeremy's hand, he could feel, even in the weightlessness of space, he could feel that he was trembling. And it was the way he spelled Carol's name, Carroll. It was, if not uniquely hers, but it said to Reed, yeah, that's her. And it was such a moment. I wonder, and we saw the hug of the 4 of them after. I mean, are these 4 people now bonded forever? If you know what I mean, like the rest of their lives, they will be those 4 from that moment and this journey that did this thing, and they did it together. Does that stay with them forever?
Yes, they're family now, but I don't know how big a family you come from, Paul, but I'm close to my 2 brothers and 2 sisters, but you know, a long period can go by where we just don't, you know, we get busy with our own lives, and there might be many months go by where you hardly even think of one of the other family members just because you're all wrapped up in your own stuff, and that will happen. It happens even a little more in space flight just because a crew is very close and they work so hard together, but then people get assigned to other crews. And one of them will probably fly again. It'll unlikely to be Jeremy, just because Canadians don't fly nearly as often as NASA astronauts. But the melding and the bonding will have to reform for another crew. And so the 3 crews that I flew with, they're like family. But at the same time, other things happen, and you just have to accept that this was magic, and you absolutely lived it to the full. And it couldn't have happened this way without this particular group of 4 people, and just treasure that as part of what turns out to be your life.
Dr. Bonder, I'm going to ask you a question in just a moment about connections with other astronauts or crew members or others in just a moment, but just want to bring our audience back up to speed with what we're watching here live. Again, so many remarkable moments where we can see every step of the way pretty well with Artemis II live, and the capsule is there, the crew members still inside. The hatch has been opened, and so medical personnel have been able to go in and check on the crew. We expect to see 2 helicopters come soon to extract them, or part of the extraction, but we understand that the currents are creating a little bit of a complication, and that is why the so-called porch, that inflatable raft that they had moved in probably maybe, 15 minutes ago to set up, as far as I can see, they're not set up yet, and we are told that it is the currents that do it. It's kind of interesting, but I suppose not surprising that something, they've been all, to the far side of the moon, furthest away from anybody, any human has ever before them, and yet something as mundane, are currents mundane? I don't know, but something as simple as currents on the Pacific Ocean off the coast of California is slowing down their extraction. But we continue to watch live. We'll continue to stay with this story as Jeremy Hansen and the other Artemis astronauts are brought out. And so, Dr. Bonder, picking up on what Chris Hatfield was saying, let me ask you about lifelong connections, whether it's to other members of your shuttle crew. Maybe it's the CBC national journalist Eve Savory, who you and I talked about last week, how close the 2 of you became as she covered your launch. But yeah, talk about the connections that you've forged in your life as an astronaut.
One of them actually is quite the connection that Jeremy and I have had, and that is the suit tech that both Chris and I had. Is the suit tech that Jeremy has, and that's her name is Monica. And when Jeremy had when he had her, she was quite thrilled because there are things that when I was going through the program, I had came from a family that was very, very keen on working as a team. And I remember giving her a birthday card. And I didn't even think at the time that she would ever remember it. But she said to Jeremy that Roberta gave me this birthday card. Now, that's like 30 years before, and she remembered a birthday card I'd given her. That was quite extraordinary. So he took a picture, and she was sort of on the short side, and Jeremy's on the tall side. But it was quite cute that she wanted to be remembered to me, that she was going to put him in his suit. He put Chris in his suit, and had put me in my suit. So she was keeping track of these Canadians, like checking them off on her belt. she was quite proud of the fact. So I must say that at NASA I had a lot more connection than I actually had with the Canadian Space Agency. My research work that I had for about a decade, I supported, I think it was something like over 24 missions with both cosmonauts and American astronauts. And I worked with the NASA cardiovascular team, working with my cerebrovascular team. So we went all over the place. And it just became a very, very tight-knit group because there are not many people doing this. And we were working internationally, and so we were presenting our work at research conferences with people. And when I went over to, I remember going over to Russia with some of the research work, and people thought because my last name was Bonder that I was Russian, and it's a long story which I'm not going to get into, but they expected me to speak Russian, and I know very little Russian, but I know enough to get me out of trouble, I thought. And so I must say that my French stood me in good stead because they all spoke French because they had worked with the French Space Agency for many, many years. So the idea of a Canadian going in and being able to communicate with these Russians in French was quite extraordinary. And so the connections I made with the Russian researchers was all about French. So it was all very strange how these connections were made. And it's in terms of the astronaut corps, there are 2 or 3 or a handful. And from my own flight, there's one crew member sends me notes a couple of times a year. My German crew member still can't get his mind wrapped around they don't speak German, so he sends me a German Christmas card every year, but we've never got that cleared up. So not really that close to them, but I have been close to a couple of the female astronauts, and Mae Jemison, for example, the first African heritage woman in the American space program. She was the first woman actually who spoke to me during my training. She flew after me, but she spoke to me, but none of the other American women did until Kathy Sullivan, and Kathy had flown with Mark Garneau. So it depended on, it really was very much dependent on who was around when I was doing my research work. On my flight, I was the only woman, and it was just, things are difficult. Things become difficult because sometimes the flight package doesn't allow for the closely knit part. I mean, I was closer to the IMAX people because we had Destiny in Space footage from my flight. So the IMAX people became very close to me and remained close to me right up until the death of a couple of the people that were involved in that flight, that mission. So
we're live on CBC News
it.
Network. Sorry to jump in. I apologize for
That's
interrupting
all right.
there. But just wanted to let our audience know that that we are seeing the so-called front porch, the inflatable raft, basically, that is in the process of being attached to the Orion capsule. We have also heard from medical staff through Mission Control that they've been inside, they've checked out the astronauts, and everybody is doing great. I think great is the word that they were talking about. And the plan is, as the astronauts do make their way out of the capsule, that Christina Cook will be the first, Jeremy Hansen will be the next. Not exactly sure how they decide the order, but that is what we're expecting. And this slow but fascinating process continues. Chris Hadfield, any idea how they decide the order of the astronauts with which they get to leave the capsule?
Yeah, it's choreographed, and it's by proximity to the hatch. It's also by you don't want to be stepping on anybody else as you're getting in or out. And the way the seats are, they're sort of tiered with Reed and Victor up above, and Jeremy and Christina below. And so Christina near the door, get out. Jeremy will crawl along underneath, he'll get out. And then I think it'll probably be Reed next and Victor last, just because of geometry. But yeah, when I landed in the capsule in Kazakhstan on my third flight, we had the same thing. We had an order so that you didn't step on each other. And then you have hopefully some big burly search and rescue person who can help your weakened self out to keep you from stumbling and tripping or dropping anything as you're getting extracted. Made much worse by the constant sea motion of the vehicle, and they really don't want to drop anything and lose it into the water. So yeah, they're being way methodical, but it's the right thing to do.
Yeah, well, as soon as I heard from our control room that currents have become an issue, I'm very mindful of the way that capsule is bobbing, and it adds one level of difficulty, as if they don't need extra degrees of difficulty. Hey, Chris, so you worked in Mission Control. As I look at this now, you have a mission that was very much, controlled by Mission Control shortly after launch. But now we've got the U.S. Navy and Air Force and this amphibious extraction going on. What role is Mission Control playing right now?
I was in mission control for 25 shuttle flights in a row. It's a great job. It's the closest thing to space flight. And I'm sure Jenny would agree because she was working in mission control. Jenny Gibbons, the other Canadian astronaut, as part of this mission. And she'd agree that it's just, you're right there with every single decision and breath of the flight. But now that they're back, it's when a shuttle lands on the runway, then all the rescue forces are there around it, and they take over communications. And when a Soyuz lands in the field, same thing. But someone still has to be able to remotely command things on the vehicle, keep track of temperatures, make sure, nothing like batteries are draining or overheating or stuff like that. And so even though the crew and the pacing is being run by the rescue forces and the search and rescue folks, someone back in Houston is still looking at their screen and making sure the vehicle is doing what it needs to do right now to provide a livable environment inside for the crew.
Dr. Bonder, as we look at these pictures live, can I ask you about the highlight for you, or it doesn't have to be the number one highlight, but just something that really struck you as fascinating or entertaining during this mission?
Oh gosh, there's. I think it has to be the flyby of the moon. It's something that is unique, and the idea of people trying to describe things with their vision, I felt was quite a remarkable effort on each of their parts to try to see something and try to describe it in some way that it was according to how they were trained, but also to have some type of new way of looking at it, looking at the structures on the moon. I'm getting a little distracted because I'm watching them come out of the capsule, and it's always very interesting to see that.
Yeah, so you know what? Let's take that opportunity to kind of focus on what we are looking at there. Sometimes the shot is far away, sometimes they zoom in, but we expect to see Christina Cook, the first of the 4 astronauts, as Chris Hadfield pointed out, the order being dictated, first of all, being very clearly choreographed, and also for practical reasons, who's sitting closest, and so that astronauts are not kind of tripping over other astronauts. So we expect to see Christina Cook being brought out of this capsule any moment now, followed by Jeremy Hansen. So I think we're all doing the same thing. Of the many remarkable things of the last 9 days and 1 hour and 37 minutes or so is the shared experience of all of this. We live in a world I grew up in a world with 2 TV channels, and then it was 30, and then it was 100, and then it's streaming. And very rarely do you talk to somebody the next day who is watching the same thing you were watching the night before, except in the last few days, when all of us, it seemed, were watching the launch simultaneously, and then we were watching the videos, if not simultaneously, certainly on the same day. And I'll bet you now, there are lots of people who are watching this, whether it's on their phone or on their television. And just like some of us, I certainly am old enough to remember Apollo moments, I can't help but think the kids who are watching the Artemis moment. David Saint-Jacques talked about how his kids are part of the Artemis generation. And you wonder how many scientists or astronauts, or to Dr. Bonder's points, teachers, artists, are going to be inspired by what they're watching now. And also, as I say, just the idea that millions of us probably around the world are looking at images like this simultaneously. And I like that idea. Paul?
You had 2 channels, Ian, growing up?
Actually, you know what? I'm not telling the truth. There were 3 channels in rural New Brunswick because we had Radio Canada as well. So CTV, CBC, and Radio Canada. So you caught me in a fib. You're absolutely right.
I do wonder. Now we've lost the shot of that. And if somebody comes out, obviously we can stop and watch. But people watching around the world, I wonder what Who's watching in China, to bring that into the conversation? Because, you know, China's the new Russia, if you want to make comparisons to the 1960s, I guess. Is that a thing, Chris? Like, is that real? I mean, China's, you know, we talk about seeing the far side of the moon on this mission. China's landed there twice, and they brought stuff back. What do you make of that as we move forward in space?
Well, China's had a space program since the 1960s. They kept it quite secret initially, but they were launching satellites into space about the time of the Apollo programs. They selected astronauts in the late 1960s. They had a full intent to have a human space program. They had 1,000 applicants, and they whittled them down and chose their astronaut corps. They had an entire Institute of Biomedical Studies. They built the ships that would deploy around the world to enable communications. All of that was going on in the 70s and early 60s. So we kind of forget that piece. And then there was a hiatus, but then they got back into it in earnest in the 90s. The first Chinese astronaut flew about 20 years ago. And they have a space station where Chinese astronauts live and work and have been for several years. And as you say, they've landed on the moon with robots multiple times. They have a satellite orbiting the moon to relay communications. And the one that landed on the far side of the moon, the robot that landed there, it landed and took samples and took off from the moon and came back and brought those samples back to Earth. And all you need to do is scale that up, and you can then put people on the moon, because that's really what you're doing: landing, getting samples, safely taking off, and finding a way to protect that capsule and bring it back to Earth. So they have a completely independent and credible lunar settlement plan. And it's going to happen. The nature of their political system is such that they don't have to, get the approval of the population every 4 years. And so I completely believe that that's credible. And so given that, the rest of the world needs to decide, okay, well, what do we want to do? And should we
Chris,
see...
I'm sorry, I'm just going to jump in now.
Oh, yeah, look at that. It's an important moment.
Yeah,
There's
just
Christina.
to say that, Christina Cook coming out. So let's just take a look at that. And
jubilation here in the flight control room. The first crew member is out of integrity.
that audio from Mission Control, we just caught the tail end, not just of the announcement, but of the applause. And we'll keep that audio up. We're told flight controllers kind of poured in to that room and celebrating. You can, well, I guess I can imagine. Chris has lived through moments like this.
We are expecting the other crew members momentarily to be extracted.
Will this happen toot sweet, do you think, Chris? Like, will they all come out now in a row?
I think Jeremy will be fairly quick. Is that Christina there at the end of the raft, boy, sitting down and getting... there we go. There's Jeremy. I'm looking for his big smiling face.
Yeah, just like, again, high degree of difficulty, right? Like you've had, 9 days and 1 hour of weightlessness. Then you've had all the physical pressures of re-entering Earth's atmosphere.
2 crew members out, 2 to go.
Let's just create some heavy waves as we have you step outside onto this this floating porch. Like it's just, I guess that's why so many people are there. And as Chris said, you hope you got big, strong people who are have a firm grip. And I think it's pretty clear that that's exactly what they have. Wow. And think it.
We're about 1 hour from sunset out in the Pacific. Everything continues to go well. Integrity's systems function perfectly during its entry back to Earth. And Reed Wiseman, the commander who will be last out of the vehicle, reported that all the crew members were feeling very well.
We'll keep that audio up, and we'll happily let it interrupt us as we watch these pictures and wow, celebrate this extraordinary adventure and achievement.
Crew member number 3 now out.
That's the pilot, Victor Glover.
If I were Reed, if I were the commander, I'd want to be the last one off the ship too. I can understand that.
And now standing by for the commander, Reed Wiseman, who will be last out of his ship.
Chris, our producers asked me to ask you.
Under almost ideal conditions, Integrity spanned 694,000 miles during its journey from launch to splashdown.
Has Jeremy texted you yet, Chris?
Well, oddly enough, on this flight, for the very first time, they let them bring their little iPhones with them, just because you get so used to the convenience of some of the things that an iPhone offers, instantaneous photographs, and you can make notes to yourself. It's a very handy thing. But they weren't enabled for texting, so no text. I'll check, but no text yet. No, I don't think so.
The data
service
charges up there must be a killer. Yeah, exactly. Dr. Bonder, what are you thinking as you see 3 of the crew members waiting for the commander?
And we now have Reed Wiseman out of the vehicle, all 4 crew members now out of Integrity.
There you go. Dr. Bonder, why don't you let us know how you're feeling right now?
Well, I was wondering how many people they're going to put in that porch. Well, I'm glad they're all out. That's for sure.
That applause from Mission Control. Chris, as a veteran of Mission Control, I assume the rules are very strict, that, there's no nonsense when you're in the middle of tricky moments. So how do you figure out the moment where people can kind of come in and start applauding?
The person in charge in Mission Control is the flight director, and they have a huge responsibility, life or death. And things could have gone very badly today, and so they had to be ready for that. But as soon as you're past the critical threshold, as soon as everybody realizes, all right, we have accomplished the main thing we were trying to do, and the danger has greatly subsided, then it's a time for leadership and to allow your team to have the natural human reaction and celebrate together. And that happens regularly. And what's going to happen later as well is once the crew gets back, they will have a ceremony in Mission Control where whichever consul, whichever person in Mission Control contributed the most, they will get to climb up the ladder and put the mission crest, the emblem of Artemis II, permanently on the wall of Mission Control while the crew is there. And that's just a lovely closure and a lovely chance to celebrate the significance of this. And every flight after that, when you're sitting and working in Mission Control, you can look up and look at the history of everybody that came before and the missions that you supported. And I think it's a real healthy perspective to show, what all your responsibilities are and when to pay attention and when to just let loose and celebrate. In the movies, they're forever always jumping on their feet and clapping. That's not how it works in Mission Control. We're not the gallery. We're the actual people doing the work. But at a time like this, now that the crew's out, now's the time to celebrate.
Well, Jeremy may not have had time yet to text Chris Hadfield, but the leaders of the 2 countries represented aboard Artemis II have made posts on social media. Donald Trump, congratulations to the great and very talented crew of Artemis II. Many capital letters there. I'll just jump to his last line. We'll be doing it again, and then next step, Mars. And then from Prime Minister Mark Carney, Artemis II crew has returned to Earth. Congratulations to Colonel Hansen and the team on a historic feat. Welcome home.
I wonder, Chris, I mean, you talk about the movies, but the newsreels, would have it from the Apollo days that then the astronauts go into quarantine and all that business. I presume that no longer happens. So there'll be some debriefing going on, I imagine, on board the ship. I don't know, like, what's next for the 4? When do they get to see their families again, for example?
Yeah, what's going to happen is that they will get safely transported to the ship, the John P. Murtha, and then once they get cleaned up and the doctors have had a good look at them and make sure they're healthy, then they'll be lifted by helicopter and taken to the Naval Air Station in San Diego. Not very far, it's only, I don't know, 50 miles away or something. You could see the mountains in the distance. And then there will be a NASA airplane there to fly them to Houston. And that'll be the welcome home in Houston, where they'll be reunited with family. They don't need a medical quarantine because they've just been a group, going to the moon and back. But they will probably live in the quarantine facility for a day or two, just so they can get all of their medical testing. The doctors try and extract as much medical data as they can from the crew. And so it's easier if you're in the quarantine facility for a couple of days so that they have 24-hour access to you. And so the doctors can watch and make sure you're okay. But as soon as everybody's all right with it, they'll be able to get home and sleep in their own beds and rejoin their own families. But that's what they have to look forward to over the next week.
We're live here on CBC News Network. The Nationals coming up in 20 minutes' time at 10 o'clock Eastern, 7 o'clock Pacific time. We have the former commander of the International Space Station and novelist, writer, Chris Hadfield with us. Also, Dr. Roberta Bonder, a former shuttle astronaut, both esteemed Canadian astronauts. Dr. Bonder, you started a little earlier than Chris, and we're about to let you go, but how about a last comment from you before we do that?
I just want to thank you very much for allowing me to participate in this. It's an extraordinary historic flight. It's marvelous to see the crew out. It sounds like it was a pretty nominal flight, extraordinary because it was the first one. And it'll be just wonderful to see them back on terra firma and back in Houston, especially when they get reunited with their family. So it was great to see you, Chris. And thanks again for the opportunity of being with all you.
Yeah,
Thank
Dr.
you.
Bonder, it's admired you from afar. It's been nice to have you as part of our coverage on launch day and on Splashdown day as well. Thank you very much. And so
Thank you, Dr. Bonder.
We'll say
take
goodbye
care.
to Roberta Bonder and Paul, and we're still stuck with Paul and Chris as we continue our coverage here. But Chris, let me, I've had people say to me, why do this mission? Humans have been to the moon. Humans have certainly been around the moon. Why spend all this money all these years later and work on doing it again? I'm sure there's a long answer to that, but what would your short answer be?
Oh, it's a common human question, right? We've already got stuff going on here. Why would we ever go there? Or we've been there once. Why would we ever go there again? That's kind of a specious question, right? Lots of people go to a place more than once. But I go back to a quote from Voltaire, who described Canada as a few acres of snow and rock. And why would France ever invest any effort at all to go to that remote and uninteresting place? We've already gone and had a little look, and it's snow and rock. And so, okay, be done with it. Let's get back to the daily business of what we're doing here at home. And there's a lot of logic in that, but at the same time, there's a subset of humanity that isn't just satisfied with the logic and pattern of life at home. People that are curious, people that want to understand more than just local, that want to try and figure out how does the universe actually work? And how can we take the latest of technology and get it to enable us to better understand everything else? And I think of Galileo in the early 1600s, taking ground glass and putting them properly with technical help into a long tube and discovering that Jupiter had moons, which absolutely revolutionized our conception of the universe and the fact that the Earth wasn't the center and everything didn't revolve around us, because if there were moons orbiting Jupiter, then they weren't orbiting us. And that was someone taking advantage of new technology to look far away from home and start to integrate that new information into improving the human condition. And this is the same. It's always hard to justify in the short term, but it's inconceivable to think that we wouldn't have done those things in the past. So yeah, you have to weigh the present with the future. That's normal. But fortunately, we continue to be explorers, and we continue to have people like the crew of Orion here, the 4 people of the Artemis crew, who are willing to take an enormous risk to help us, for those of us who stayed home, to help us see all the possibilities out there.
So since Ian opened the door and you dived right in, Chris, I'm going to go big picture as well. Mars. Discuss. You know, you listen to Jared Isaacman, the head of NASA, a week or so ago, and he's talking about building up muscle memory and to take it to the moon multiple times and build a moon base, and then Mars is the theoretic next step. Do you believe that? Is that really where we're likely to see ourselves at some point in the near-ish future?
Nearish is vague, but
intentionally so.
One of the most accomplished astronauts in history was a guy named John Young, and he was the first pilot or first commander of the space shuttle. He walked on the moon. Great guy, and a neighbor of mine. I knew him for a lot of years. He used to say regularly, "You know, Mars is further away than most people think." And I think we have this misperception that somehow we've been to the moon, let's go to Mars. That's like saying, let's walk to the corner store, let's go to Australia. It is so hugely more difficult. It took the crew of Artemis 3 or 4 days to get to the moon. It takes 6 months to get to Mars and 6 months to get back. And right now our technology isn't good enough. Like, we could maybe get away with it, but we'd be risking the lives at a huge level to try and send people to Mars with the engines and things that we've tested so far. So the administrator of NASA is right. We've got to build up muscle memory, but we also need to invent some things and prove that they work. And the best place to do that is first on Earth, then in orbit around the world on the space station, and then prove them on the surface of the moon just 3 days away, and figure out, you know, how to make them reliable and therefore decrease the cost and decrease the risk. And then eventually we'll be able to get on a ship and launch for Mars with some confidence. But it's not going to come nearly as quickly as a lot of people would hope or think. But it's inevitably going to come. It's just limited by the speed with which we can create and invent things. And we have a huge amount to learn on the moon first. So we have a generation on the moon. And maybe it'll come fast enough that after that, it'll be within the economic balance of the world that it'll make sense also to send people to Mars.
Our live coverage is continuing here on CBC News Network. The National will follow, and we continue to watch for the continued, I guess it's not extraction anymore, but the journey of the Artemis II astronauts as they go via helicopter. We'll wait for that to dry land as they finish this mission. 9 days and just over 1 hour after launch. Chris Hadfield, as you can see, former commander of the International Space Station, is with us. Chris, one of the things I like about our coverage here, because lots of people are covering this story, is that we can do it from through Canadian eyes with a Canadian perspective, and that's why we have you and Dr. Bonder as part of our coverage. And so let me ask you this: I think there are a lot of Canadians who don't know about Canada's space industry. So you kind of know about the Canadarm, and we obviously know about astronauts like the two of you and David Saint-Jacques and Jeremy Hansen. But what should Canadians know about our space, I don't know if you want to call it industry or scientists beyond the most visible faces?
People should know that it's big industry in Canada, and you can't go through a day right now in Canada with any sort of normal interaction without using space services. You use it for GPS navigation, you use it for timing, use it for banking, use it for predicting the weather, use it for all kinds of stuff that has just become part of the reality of, gosh, we're looking at that.
Yeah.
How would you like to be sitting in that raft with that helicopter after you've been in space for 10 days and that thing's, sandblasting the crew down there? But
absolutely. Listen, let me, I'm sorry I asked you the question as this happened, but as we watch these shots, because they really are extraordinary visuals, why don't you help us narrate kind of what we're seeing right now, Chris?
So what's happening now is the helicopter is going to lower a hoisting cable, and it might have a different electric charge than the ground or the raft. And so they will dip that hoisted cable in the water first, which it's already happened, and then they'll hook up one of the crew members, and looks like maybe it's going up with one of the search and rescue techs. So that's going on now. And they've got this harness. It sort of goes under your arms, just like you'd imagine, so that you can't easily slip out of it. And they're not just relying on the crew's strength. And then there's like a load master, a technician who's running the big winch up on the big helicopter. And the hardest part now is getting up and then getting swung inside the helicopter without somehow tripping or getting dragged across the sill. But they'll have practiced this a whole bunch. I was listening to the head of the search and rescue forces earlier. They've been practicing this over and over and over again. So the first of the crew members is now getting tucked inside that helicopter. And they'll do that with each of the three remaining. There, it looks like they're grabbing another one now, and then they'll safely set them down on the deck of the ship. So it's actually kind of fun. I've done helicopter hoisting, and it's it's a thing you might pay for if you were on vacation, and they're getting to do that at the end of this incredible mission as well, and it's being very well executed. So they don't have to be fearful of it. They can just sort of go along and enjoy the experience.
It's funny you said it could be fun, which I guess is why you're an astronaut and I'm not, because as I was watching this, I was going to ask you, is there ever a point where there are astronauts who are smart enough and accomplished enough and, relatively physically fit, but at some point during the training, they say, I'm out. I don't want to have the bundle of skills, physical skills, and take the risks that astronauts need to?
We actually give astronauts that out. We run a huge selection process. Many thousands and thousands of people apply, and we only take a couple or three at a time or whatever. So that is part of the filtering of people who would say, I'm out. But then we've learned through history, because early on, NASA had some people quit. They're like, wow, this is not what I thought I was getting in for. And so for the first year or two of your time as an astronaut, you're not even a fully fledged astronaut. You're an astronaut candidate. And that gives you a chance, after you really get a feel for what the job is, to say, it turns out I don't want to do this. And that still happens. There's normally, on average, in the NASA astronaut classes, about one person who doesn't make it through to space flight. And it was either they said, I'm out, or NASA had a chance for a couple of years to look at them and said, you're not exactly the person we thought you were when we recruited you, and we don't want to have you get fully fledged into the astronaut corps. And so that's normal enough. But once you get there, once you've really had all that taste, I don't know any member of the astronaut corps who wouldn't just trade everything they've got to have had the experience that this crew just had. It is the pinnacle of what we all work towards, and the four people that did it just did it magnificently.
All right, we're going to bring in another voice here as we continue to watch the extraordinary and I keep on wanting to say extraction, but I do think that's the wrong word. The removal, I guess, of the astronauts who are heading out here, and just the tremendous force, the wash from that helicopter. But everything seems to be, and this is the theme of Artemis II, going flawlessly as far as we can tell. I want to bring another voice in. Gordon Osinski is a planetary geologist at Western University who worked closely with Jeremy Hansen when it came to training. And Gordon, welcome to the program. You were at the launch. which Paul and I were lucky enough to be at as well. What was it like for you to see that up close?
It was an absolutely incredible opportunity. You know, I was honored to be invited down there by the Canadian Space Agency, and it was actually my first ever rocket launch too, you know, so doubly exciting that it was, you know, Artemis and the first launch of humans to the moon in my lifetime. But added to that, of course, you know, I've got to know Jeremy quite well over the last 15 years, and so there was a big dose of anxiety during the launch. But I must say, nowhere near as much as I've had, you know, in the last hour or so watching the re-entry.
Yeah, so tell me about that, how you were feeling and how you feel now.
In a word, relieved. You know, absolutely relieved. I didn't think it would hit me that hard, but especially that 6 minutes where there was no communications. You know, I've watched movies where they talk about that and there's going to be a communications blackout, but to kind of experience that and know that it's the first time, you know, humans are in that spacecraft coming through the Earth's atmosphere on a different trajectory to Artemis 1 as well. It felt like a lifetime, felt like I aged a year. And so, you know, when Reed Wiseman uttered those words in response to mission control, it was a huge sigh of relief.
See, this is interesting, right? Because you got Chris Hadfield and Roberta Bonder who have lived through it, and they are, you know, experienced, hardened astronauts. So it's like, yeah, you know, we kind of knew the risks were being managed, everything's fine. But there you are, a geologist with probably reflecting the way many of us felt as we watched all that happen. I have an answer to this question, but I'm curious what your answer is. What's the point at which you stopped gripping the chair in front of you today?
It was when, you know, Reed uttered those words in reply, absolutely. You know, again, that 6 minutes felt like a lifetime, but as soon as, Reed responded to mission control's, you know, message up to integrity, and forget his words, right, but it was, you know, Houston, integrity, we have you loud and clear. It was, that was it. I felt good. And then when the parachutes opened and everything too, it was, easy going from there on.
Yeah, that was my moment too, after the sort of loss of signal, I guess, and when we knew they were fine. Okay, Chris Hadfield, hardened astronaut, experienced mission control guy. Was there a moment today where you kind of thought you kind of breathed a little easier?
The same as Gordon. Launch, I'm just doing my best to will that rocket to work. You know, I'm helpless. I'm just watching. I feel much better being on board than on the outside with no ability to influence the future. And I just try and put my whole heart and soul into willing that machine to do what we designed it to do. And as soon as the engine shut off on launch, I feel a great sense of comfort and peace. And the same thing here. I was confident we were going to be okay, but you never know for sure. And like everyone, I was watching the seconds go by on the clock. And the moment that Reed responded with a strong voice that, hey, we're still here and we're doing fine. That same great feeling of, okay, we took a gamble and we won. And that means so much. You know, personally, of course, but also historically.
Yeah. Paul, do you want to jump in?
I'm loving this whole conversation, man. It's like we get to do it's like one giant AMA with all the smartest people in the world. Chris, is it just a blast up there? I mean, is it just fun? You got a lot of work to do when you're up there, but you must be pinching yourself sometimes.
Constantly. It is. Like if you watch a movie like First Man or Ad Astra or something, everybody's so sad and grim. I don't know how it crept in to the popular media perception that space flight is sad. You know, even in David Bowie's song Space Oddity, you know, the astronaut dies and it's all so grim. Space flight is the complete opposite of that. It is working with great people, doing something at the edge of the human experience, enabled by a tremendous team, and seeing things that otherwise were impossible to experience, and being weightless the whole time, which is like having a superpower. It's a magnificent, laughter-filled, emotion-filled experience, even when you stay up for 6 months. So I'm delighted that this crew brought that to life for so many people. And pretty soon they're going to be, as soon as they get all the stuff cleaned up and their hair dried out, they're going to have microphones in front of them. And I look forward to hearing how they're going to start to express that and share now in the rearview mirror what this mission is starting to mean to them.
I do have a geology. Oh, sorry, go ahead, Ian. Sorry.
You go ahead, Paul.
No, I was going to say, I've got a geology question, too, if we've got time, since we have a geology expert here. I know that, Jeremy Hansen did a lot of pre-mission training in Labrador, and I think in Manitoba as well, on the geology side of things. Like, where is geology going on the moon? Like, what is the significance of that? Where is that leading us?
Yeah, I mean, this mission, is really about getting us to the surface of the moon, and that's where geology absolutely takes over. And so, I first met Jeremy Hansen, I think at an airport hotel of all places, 15 years ago on our way to do our first expedition up to the Canadian Arctic. And at that time, it was not long after he'd become an astronaut, and the Canadian Space Agency was really interested in giving him some more geology experience. Of course, back then Artemis was not even a glint in somebody's eye. But over the years, we went on many expeditions up to the Arctic, and then the last one up to this Kamastastin Lake crater in northern Labrador on lands of the Innu Nation. Christina Cook and Jenny Gibbons came along too, and that was just after they'd been selected as the crew for Artemis II. And so that hopefully gave them, some skills that they put into really good use during the lunar flyby of looking out and looking at meteorite impact craters. But again, it's really this big major stepping stone to get us back to the surface of the moon. And, after this mission, I really think 2028 might be possible now.
The crater in Labrador, I think Jeremy told me, is among the most moon-like places on Earth. That's why they went there, correct?
Absolutely, yeah. There's other places, not by kind of true landscape. They also went to Iceland too, where there's not a speck of vegetation. But in terms of its geology, this site up in Labrador is unique, because not only do we have a meteorite impact crater that's pretty well preserved and everything, but it formed in the rock we call anorthosite. And if you look up at the moon, that's all the white stuff. That's all the pale gray white material on the surface of the moon that the astronauts were imaging. And so this is really unique. Not only we have a crater in this rock, but it's up here in northern Labrador, and there's nowhere else in the world where we have that combination of factors.
He was very moved by that trip.
Yeah, and I think part of it, is Jeremy. It speaks to Jeremy's mission patch as well. The connection with Indigenous First Nations in Canada, and again, some of my best memories of that trip was sat around a campfire with Jeremy, 3 other astronauts, a group from NASA, and Innu Guardians from the local community of Natrashish. And just, we were learning as much from them about the moon and the land as they were from us. So it was a very special trip.
It is just after 10 o'clock Eastern Time, just after 7 here Pacific on the West Coast. You're watching live coverage on CBC News Network of the return of the Orion space capsule and the Orion space capsule as it returns to, well, not Earth yet, but certainly the astronauts have been extracted and going aboard the USS John Murtha. We continue to cover this story. The capsule coming back almost to the minute. As predicted, 9 days and 1 hour after liftoff from Florida. And all accounts suggest that the 4 astronauts are doing really well. We're live here with Paul Hunter in Washington. I'm Ian Hannamansing in Vancouver. Chris Hadfield, the former commander of the International Space Station, Canadian astronaut, is with us, as is Gordon Osinski, a planetary geologist at Western University who was involved in the training of Jeremy Hansen and Christina Cook, and Jenny Gibbons, who was the backup astronaut to Jeremy Hansen. I want to ask you, Chris, in a moment, I will in just a moment, about that backup role, because it fascinates me. But Gordon, for the people who are watching, some of whom, especially young people, might be dreaming about being an astronaut one day. You think, to be an astronaut, you got to be smart. You have to be physically fit. You have to be willing to accept risk. You have to be able to deal with, changes and emergencies. But you also have to be willing to study a lot, including geology. And I just, what would you say about the skill set that you've seen as a planetary geologist training astronauts? What would you say about the skill set that you've seen among astronauts?
I would say that it's incredibly diverse, and I've also been involved in helping to train the last 3 astronaut candidate classes now. And even in that short period of time, I would say it's wonderful to see an increased diversity in the astronaut pool. And I mean that in, kind of all senses of the world. It's not just men and women. It's the type of background that, NASA and the Canadian Space Agency and other space agencies are selecting. And so, in the end, it'll be fantastic. I would love to see another Harrison Jack Schmitt on the moon on one of these future Artemis missions. He was the only geologist to go to the moon. But I think, as this crew have shown with their observations, and as many of the Apollo astronauts shown too, with some good training, hopefully some okay instructors, we can go a long way and give them the necessary skills that they need to do a great job on the surface of the moon.
Okay, Gordon Osinski, thank you very, very much for joining us. We are looking live on the deck of the USS John Murtha, and the Artemis astronauts are getting off the helicopter. So let's just kind of watch this. And Chris, anything as you look at this picture that you can tell us about either what is going on or what seems to be going on?
Yeah, they're being very methodical and careful. They're trying to assess whether the astronauts are able to stand on their own, but I'm sure they're going to have 2 burly sailors help support them. But at this moment, you just want to laugh, because the surreality of it is so strong. The experience you've just had, it went by so quickly, and it was full of so many things that are difficult to imagine. And now you're sitting there looking at your crewmates sitting in helicopters somewhere out in the ocean, and you've got to wrap your head around the sudden juxtaposition of all these things happening at once. And they're going to have trouble, just grasping. And this will all be a blur. If you ask them about it a week from now, it'll just have gone by so quickly, and they'll be back at home and trying to integrate all this stuff together. So it's lovely to see them sitting there side by side and starting to laugh and cut it up with the crew and realize what they've just accomplished together.
You're so generous with your time, Chris, this evening. I know you have to go, I think, in less than 2 minutes. How about a final word from you?
It was great to have Gordon Osinski on, because talking about what we learned from this mission is really important. When the Apollo astronauts went, they had film cameras. And film cameras do some things really well, but this flight, they had some space proven and then some really top end digital cameras. And what those cameras allowed them to do was look at things in great detail under really faint light. They could capture terrain and textures of the moon under very low lighting conditions that we've never been able to do before, to really get a sense of the textures of all the different geologies of the moon, and to get those images of the moon as an entirety with the corona of the sun lit up from behind. And for a lot of people, the crew and the mission and the ideas, they're significant, but what's really going to last is the imagery that they've brought back. And I'm just so thrilled at the quality of even the few pictures that I've seen so far. And the vast majority of the pictures, they didn't even have time to downlink yet. So there's going to be a treasure trove of science and learning and technology and understanding coming out of this. But those pictures of our nearest neighbor in the solar system, those are really going to be profound and instructional, but also those will be some of the strongest lasting products of what was Artemis II.
It will come as no surprise to people listening to your narrative, your artful descriptions, that you are a novelist as well. I've misplaced the name of your latest novel. Can you tell me what the title is?
It's Final Orbit, and it's I'm writing the 4th book in the series now, but I'm really interested to see what Jeremy will do now. How is he going to deliberately share this experience that he's had now that he's got the time afterwards? I'm sure he's been thinking about it, and he's a smart, careful guy, and I'm really looking forward to now having some time with Jeremy to reflect on not only what he's done, but how he's going to allow it to have impact to other people for the rest of his life.
Yeah, you suggest you're close to him. He still hasn't texted you, though, has he?
Oh, wait, let me check. Okay, I need to go. Lovely to be on with you, and I look forward to seeing the folks safely back here in Canada at first opportunity.
Fantastic, Chris. Thank you so much.
Pleasure, Chris.
Pleasure. Good night.
And then there were two, Paul Hunter and Ian Hanamansi.
Now what are we going to do?
We do have some more guests who are coming, and we look at these pictures. Just 7:09 Pacific time, sun setting over the Pacific, and just kind of a apt sort of shot as we get to the end of the physical part of the Artemis mission. Although, as I keep thinking about what Chris Hadfield said about
if I can pick up. Sorry, Ian, if I can, just because Chris was just talking about this, it's funny, Victor Glover, the pilot, I think that's Jeremy there, is it?
Yeah, sure is.
Walking already.
Yeah. Piece of cake.
Yes, nothing. Go to space, do that. Yeah, I'm fine. But Chris was going on about the amount of data and photographs and other bits of information that are being brought back. And Victor Glover, the pilot, there was the quote that he had the other day about what was he thinking ahead? And he said that from the get-go, he was thinking about Splashdown. And that was the quote that was used. I think I had it in my piece for Your World Tonight yesterday. But if you listen to the whole clip, he goes on to say, because we got to get back, right? And you're thinking, he's saying that because he's got to get back so that he can get back. But he says, got to get back because we have so much data, so many photographs, so many things that we've seen that we need to tell people about. And, I was talking to Jeremy a long time ago about, one of his roles on board. And I sort of posited to him, is it to look out the window? And he said, yes, right? Because that is part of it is the whole test mission to demonstrate that this capsule and this system can take people to the moon and bring them back safely. Very important. But also to observe, and we've talked a lot about the photographs and there goes Christina Cook walking as well. Tough people, these astronauts. But Jeremy went on and on about the value of the human eye to see things that even the cameras cannot, like just to be able to put things in context immediately, just like that. And so not only will they have the photographs and the data and the things that they've recorded, but they're like, by Jeremy's description and by NASA's desire, they want to hear their thoughts. They want to, well, what did it look like? What did you see that these amazing cameras couldn't even pick up? And that's very important. I found that very interesting, that just the value of people being able to see something and then tell people later what it was like, and that matters to this place that we're trying to get to, back to the moon and on the ground.
Well, think about it, right? In this era of robotics and drones and artificial intelligence and this fear that so many people have, as we watch Victor Glover, the pilot of the Orion, also walking. I'm sure this is like hockey players, right? Who, get stitched up and say, put me back out there. I'm not in pain at all. Like, I'm not going to be the guy or person who's needs to be carried across there. But yeah, you think about all the concerns, like justifiable concerns that automation and AI will replace human beings. And yet we have this very obvious example of the huge amount of extra risk and cost and effort to put 4 humans in a little capsule to take them around the moon, in part to set up humanity for, putting a installation on the moon, but also, as you say, something as straightforward as seeing the far side of the moon through human eyes, as opposed to multiple camera shots knitted together by artificial intelligence. It's interesting and notable that it's still important for humans to do things like that.
And interestingly, too, one of the things that, on that, I said, well, what specifically, Jeremy, are you going to be looking at? And he says, I want to look at the South Pole. I want to see, because that's the place when NASA and the CSA and others talk about, well, we're going to go back to the moon, not only to make footprints and plant a flag, which obviously has symbolic value, back to the space race with China now, but it's not just footprints and flags, it's this moon base that they talk about in aspirational ways. And the place that they want to do that is at the South Pole because, and to bring geology back into it and other aspects like that, that's where they believe there might be water in frozen form, in molecular form, that they can use to keep people on the moon if there's going to be a moon base. And Jeremy was saying that that's what he wanted to look at with his eyes. And by the way, interestingly, on the South Pole, one of the things that I've come to learn is that the light is different. So vis-a-vis where the sun is, the shadows into the craters, one of the things the astronauts were talking about were these craters that looked like they were bottomless pits and things like that, right? But the way the angle of the sun hits the sort of ridges outside craters can cast sort of permanent shadows, if not, or at least permanent dusk kind of lighting into these craters in the South Pole area where they want to set up this moon base. So all of this stuff, the photos, the data, the observations that they've made will now be part of the debriefing, the intense debriefing, I should imagine, that all four will be going through once they get back terra firma at Houston.
Thanks, Paul. We're looking clearly at the NASA feed. NASA's video feed, television feed has been extraordinary through this entire mission. But one of the things that we hope to do is to be able to give you a Canadian perspective on all of this that obviously NASA's not part of their mandate. By the way, just an update that coming up in less than 15 minutes at 10:30 Eastern Time, we're going to have a news conference from NASA. That's why we're taking a look at that podium there. But before we get there, I want to say something. There's so much I could say about Jeremy Hansen, but one of the things I want to say is he's not just a Canadian astronaut, but his story is so Canadian. Grew up on a farm outside of London, Ontario, said that he was a shy kid, and he got a lot of self-confidence and discipline and aviation training by joining the Air Cadets, something that, wherever you are in the country, you probably have either been a cadet or known cadets. I can remember growing up in New Brunswick, seeing cadets, fundraising events and that sort of thing. And so, Jeremy's not just proud of having been a cadet, but he said it was a critical part of where he ended up as a CF-18 fighter pilot, and then, of course, ultimately an astronaut. He joined the 614 Royal Canadian Air Cadet Squadron. It's an Ontario-based program focused on aviation, leadership, community service. And we have three guests, all connected to that same squadron: Captain Travis Buckle, Flight Sergeant Aaron Gonzalez, and Corporal Josue Alvarado. And they're joining me now from London, Ontario. Welcome to all of you. Josue, let's start with you. How does it feel to know that somebody who wore that same uniform, who, like you, was an air cadet in the London, Ontario area, traveled around the moon and back? How do you feel about that?
It feels amazing, since I also want to become an astronaut, and knowing that through 614 you can do that, it feels amazing. And knowing that someone that was wearing this uniform and that was in events like we were, I'm just feeling super proud and excited.
Yeah. Hey, listen, and here you are on live television. You're doing a great job, Josue. Why do you want to be an astronaut?
Well, this dream started like 3 years ago when I came to Canada. I started learning things in YouTube about space, and everything like that. Also, I want to know what's beyond Earth, and I want to know how it feels to be in zero gravity that not many people can do or have the experience to do it. I also want to know how it feels, what did Colonel Hansen felt when he was in the moon, and what all the other astronauts felt when they were in space.
Yeah, fantastic. And you mentioned Colonel Hansen, that was his rank in the Canadian Armed Forces, is his rank in the Canadian Armed Forces, but we often don't refer to him that way. In fact, when I met Jeremy in Houston, I said, should I call you, like, is there a rank as an astronaut? Should I call you Colonel? And he goes, you could call me Jeremy. Jeremy works. Aaron, you told one of our producers that you would like to go to space. So tell me how you're feeling tonight.
Personally, I'm feeling really, really proud of our entire squadron and specifically Colonel Hansen because of this great achievement that he was able to reach. Personally, I think that him being able to go all the way to the moon, or let's say the dark side of the moon, and then come all the way back safe and sound really inspires me and makes space, or going to space, seem a lot more possible than I initially thought.
So, Aaron, Jeremy said, I mentioned this a moment ago, that when he joined the cadets, he learned the discipline of, having your shoes shine, making sure your uniform looked just right, that you'd show up on time for things. It taught him confidence as well. And he eventually got his first, I believe, pilot's license, certainly did glider training, but I think he got his first pilot's license through his training at Air Cadets. Why, Aaron, are you an Air Cadet?
Well, for starters, I've always had an interest, like a really large ambition, in order to learn and experience anything in aviation. And my initial goal is to become a fighter pilot for the Canadian Armed Forces. Not only that, but to kind of back it up, my family has always had some sort of military background. My grandfather was actually a fighter pilot back in the Philippines, and both of my parents were in the reserves. Once we moved to Canada, my brother was the first one to join the Air Cadet program, and I was still a few years behind, but he would always come back with stories about all the different things that he experienced at the program after every training night, all the different people that he got to meet, and definitely all the opportunities that he got to experience. Now that I've been an Air Cadet for some time, I myself am on a similar path as Colonel Hansen. So far, I have achieved my glider pilot wings, just as he had, and hopefully this summer I'm looking into pursuing the Power Pilot Scholarship that the program has to offer. And hopefully once I go through that, I'll be a lot more experienced and will hopefully get closer to achieving my dream.
Captain Buckle, not only do you have two really impressive cadets there with you, but beyond that, it must be so amazing to know that your group, your squadron, is played such an instrumental role in a guy who just went around the moon. What has this mission meant to you?
Ian, it's really reinforced why we do what we do, and the cadet program instills in youth from across the country qualities of leadership and teamwork, and all of those things have been on display throughout the duration of this entire mission. And watching an international effort come together, and the real abilities of a Canadian to work in a team and be such an exemplary spokesperson for his country, it's been really inspiring to watch.
Yeah, and the thing is, it isn't that Jeremy Hansen happened to be an Air Cadet. He truly believes, and I think it's clearly true, that being an Air Cadet was a foundational part of where he ended up. I mean, is that something, that must be something that you use to inspire other cadets?
Absolutely, and we hosted a watch party for the cadets to watch the launch of Colonel Hansen and his team It was a bit of a nail biter at times as they took off, but it was awesome to see just the fact that there was 60, 70 young air cadets in the room, and you could hear a pin drop as they just watched this thing take off, and you could just see their imaginations going, and everybody is looking at one another and clearly thinking to themselves, that could be me in however many years if I keep working towards my dreams.
Yeah, and so let's finish with this. You have something to share with one of those aspiring aviators. Go ahead, Captain Buckle.
I do. So as Flight Sergeant Gonzalez mentioned, she has been working for this entire training year towards the Power Pilot training course. And I'm happy to pass on the news to her today that she has been selected to take that course this summer and to come out with her private pilot license. So congratulations to you.
All right. Thank you so much, sir. Oh, my goodness.
You're welcome.
Well, congratulations. Well-deserved, I'm sure. It's like our own little reality show here. I kind of like that. Travis Buckle is a captain with the Royal Canadian Air Cadets, joined by Flight Sergeant Aaron Gonzalez and Corporal Josue Alvarado. Okay, let's bring back Paul Hunter. Paul, I have nothing to offer you or to announce about you, other than the fact that it's always fantastic to work with you. We have a news conference from NASA coming up in 6 minutes' time. Let's go back to...
I love you, man. There, I said it.
Let's go back to...
can I say something? I'll help you out here. Because they were, I was listening to that panel, and I got to say, maybe it's the moment, but that young person getting that news at the end there, I got kind of choked up. It was like I kind of got verklempt with that. But I want to talk about Jeremy, and we talked a little bit about this at the KSC, a lifetime ago, 10 days ago, whenever it was.
I know.
And in this job, we often get the privilege of meeting interesting people, right? And you and I both sat down with Jeremy a lot over the course of time. He's an interesting dude. He's also a really nice man and a genuine person and an authentic person. And he means it. He's self-effacing. He's so Canadian, right? Like, he's so humble and all those things, and polite and nice and smart and good at what he does, and he just went to the moon. But the thing that always strikes me with him is he always brings it back to Canada, right? And he says, I said, what is the meaning of you, in a sense, right? And he will answer that when he does these things, and he's allowed to do these things, and he's earned the right to do these things because he can do these things, it demonstrates that Canada can do extraordinary things. And I'm practically quoting him here. It sounds so corny when you say it out loud, but he really means it. And he says, just think what Canada can do next. Like, take the message from what he has just achieved. We've just watched him come out of that capsule, Canada, he says, and think what you can do next. And I just find that so inspiring because he means it. He's not just saying it. He means it, because he says it all the time, and he means it all the time. And it's great to hear it from him, and he says that because he believes it, and I just think there's tremendous value in that.
You can achieve excellence within this country and go from a farm to Air Cadets to Royal Military College to being a CF-18 pilot, and then ultimately to getting the Canadian seat in the on Artemis II. And it's an all Canadian story, really. We are waiting for a news conference from NASA. It could start within 3 minutes from now at 10:30 Eastern Time, 7:30 Pacific. Just before that, let's bring in another guest. Grant Tremblay is an astrophysicist at Harvard and Smithsonian Center of Astrophysics, based in Massachusetts. And thank you very much for taking the time to join us. Grant, I know you are a super enthusiastic guy and a great communicator when it comes to space. How are you feeling tonight?
Ian, I'm just glowing. I watched the landing with my kids. They stayed up late. Totally worth it. I hope they'll remember it forever. Your prior panel is why we do these missions, why it's worth it. Those young people who were inspired by Colonel Hansen, who were inspired by this mission, they are the next generation of explorers, and that is why we do this. Go ahead, Ian.
No, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you. You please go ahead.
No, that's fine. I was just going to say, in 1971, the then President of the United States, Richard Nixon, that administration was considering truly gutting NASA, right? Apollo 11 had landed 2 years earlier. There was the 1970 recession. The Vietnam War was a mess. And they were really considering canceling Apollo 16 and 17, really essentially ending, crewed exploration beyond Earth. And the OMB director, the Office of Management and Budget director at the time, Caspar Weinberger, wrote a famous memo pushing back, saying, we can't do this. And the gist of the memo was that it's not enough for nations to just address problems. Those problems are real. They have to be addressed, of course, but you also have to give people things to hope for, right? Something to hope for, something to look forward to the future. And that, I think, fundamentally is the job of NASA, is the greatest triumph of this amazing crew. It is inspiring the next generation of explorers. So that is why this mission has been an absolute triumph.
Grant, I may have to interrupt you because that news conference is scheduled to start in 1 minute, but let me ask you this. I talked earlier this evening about the shared experience of watching the launch and no doubt watching Splashdown today around the world, across our countries, all ages, people watching that. What a great thing. Tell us about the significance of that kind of shared moment for this kind of achievement.
I think this is the single most monocultural space event in memory, since maybe the Apollo days, or the shuttle days. It's been incredible. They were playing the launch and now the splashdown and displaying the images in Times Square on billboards and in baseball stadiums, and they were in bars all around the world, not just in Canada and the US. It's been incredible.
Yeah, you see, you're so young. Let me just tell you, as an old guy, Apollo was a similar monocultural
100%.
event.
Yeah, of course.
I'll give you a pass on that. Long before you were born.
I wish I could have seen that, but lucky to see this.
It was, so we're still waiting for that news conference to start. Hey, there are risks in launches and splashdowns and re-entry. And one of my colleagues here, said to her husband, let's not have the kids watch today. We could show it to them on tape after because of the risks. You watched with your kids.
I did watch my kids. There was a lot of risk on the launch. That is the second time SLS launched and the first time with human beings. That was a huge risk. These are 4 brave human beings, brave pioneers. I had utmost confidence, in our friends at NASA. Their top priority was the most mission critical element of this entire mission, which is not the launch. It's not the incredible photos they returned. It's not the awesome science. It is returning them safely home. This was the most critical moment by orders of magnitude. I have watched with my kids. Of course, it's a risk. Space is a risky endeavor, and it is also one of the great things that our species does.
Well, I learned when we spoke last week, and our audience is hearing this again, you are a great communicator on the joys and wonder of space exploration. Grant Tremblay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Ian.
Okay, let's bring back Paul Hunter, who is live in Washington watching this. Also a great communicator when it comes to the wonders of many things, including space. For those of you who are watching, we are waiting for a NASA news conference. It should start any moment now. As we wait, understanding I may interrupt you, why don't you just jump in, Paul, on any angle on this story right now?
Okay, all right. Let me think about this for a second. It's funny, we talk about the historical nature of this just in terms of the passage of time since humans have been around the moon. And while you were conducting that very interesting interview, I've got this great app. It's called Google, Ian, and I did some math. Since the splashdown rather, of Apollo 17, the last Apollo to go to the moon, 1972, 53 years, 3 months, 22 days. Incredible. And at that time, the Apollo program was ending, but I don't think, we were chatting about this with Dr. Bonder, I think. I don't think anybody thought it would take so long to go back. Very quickly, we moved into the shuttle program, then along comes the International Space Station, but never the moon. And it's been so long that people like your previous guest, not even alive. It's pure history book stuff. And yet here we are. And I think, we get in the weeds sometimes, but to take a step back right? It's worth saying again, what an incredible thing this is, that humans went and did this, and they're going to go back, right? Like Artemis II is what, next year? They expect Artemis IV. So next year, then Artemis III, just into orbit. They're going to test the moon lander, docking with it, and then come back down. Artemis IV, the following year, goes the thinking, goes the planning, goes the aspiration to the moon. Again, it's the stuff of science fiction, because it's, you know, Chris Hadfield was talking about all the movies and the sad astronauts and things like that. But here we are living it again. There's a weird surreality to it all. Like all the images we've seen on TV the last 10 days, it's kind of freaked me out, because it's like it doesn't seem real in a way because it has been so long. 53 years, 3 months, 22 days since the last splashdown. I just find it's just, the whole thing's a remarkable moment. And by the way, I've heard so much feedback from people the last several days about what a relief it is to be seeing in the news a story like this. There's so much bad stuff going on the planet right now. And I think people have really taken this to heart because it isn't bad stuff. It's good stuff. And here I am getting corny again, Ian, but it's countries working together, it's humans working together to get something amazing done. And I think at the end of the day, that's the most sort of remarkable and amazing aspect of it all.
Yeah, not corny at all. I think quite astute. We saw a graphic over your shoulder saying NASA live event starting soon, and so we will interrupt ourselves as soon as that news conference begins. Although I believe on launch night, when there was a news conference and we interrupted everything to go to it, I think the first question on launch night at the news conference was, what food are they going to be eating and when's their first meal going to be?
What snacks were they taking up? Exactly.
Yeah.
So I was just
thought
about
to myself, honestly, like that's the first question you're going to ask. Let's hope they do a better job tonight.
Park it. I was just about to warn people that there's a lot of different reporters who are going to be in that room, and they can get in the weeds pretty quickly on some technical stuff. So they'll get to the good stuff at some point. But I don't know. Maybe that guy was working for Food Magazine, right? And he was just doing his job, right? I got to get who knew they'd come to me first? I got my food question, and there it is. So I don't know. Maybe that's what was going on. But yeah, so prepare for anything when this news conference begins is the message.
Okay, we're prepared to go to it as soon as it begins. But picking up on what you just said, Paul, you know, when we were doing this coverage last week, there are legitimate questions to ask about the financial costs of the space program, billions and billions of dollars, the climate cost of space launches, and all the people, including reporters, who fly from place to place to cover it. I mean, those are good, debatable, legitimate questions, obviously. And I wondered what kind of reaction I would get with the coverage we did last week. And I'm used to covering big events that are, you know, often negative and certainly controversial. And you look at your phone with trepidation after you get off the air, and with good reason, because, you know, a lot of the comments will you know, be negative. That didn't happen at all last week. And quite to the contrary, as you say, so many people just loved, and this is not about what we did, it's what everybody did. They loved the joy and the cooperation and the celebration of science and the wonder of it all. And many people our age talked about the nostalgia of, you know, Apollo, and then for younger people, the space shuttle. It was, yeah. I mean, NASA is pretty good at helping the media get access, and of doing social media and all these really interesting live events. But every social media person will tell you, you can't make this stuff work. At some point, people have to want it. And man, people have wanted, as you say, this experience, this different experience, this shared experience, this positive experience. Okay, let's go to the news conference. NASA talking about Splashdown
mission
Day.
that took them around the moon and brought them home. Good evening and welcome to NASA's Johnson Space Center in Houston. I'm Rachel Kraft with NASA Communications. Several leaders to talk about the successful mission. They are Amit Kshatriya, Associate Administrator, Dr. Lori Glaze, Head of the Artemis Programs, Rick Henfling, Entry Flight Director, Howard Hugh, Orion Program Manager, and Sean Quinn, Exploration Ground Systems Program Manager. We'll hear briefly from them and then take questions from here in the room and on the phone. And with that, we'll start with Amit.
Good evening. Yesterday when we were in this room, we told you that the crew would put their lives behind our confidence, and they did. Yesterday in this room, we told you that today belongs to the engineers and technicians who touched this machine, and it does, and their work was good. Welders at Michoud shaped the heat shield and joined the rocket. Technicians at Kennedy packed parachutes, stacked the vehicle, stacked Orion, stacked SLS. Engineers in Bremen, Torino, and across the Alliance built the service module. Workers at Utah cast the boosters. Teams at Stennis fired the engines. Flight controllers in this building in Houston sat console for 10 days straight and sat silent in the night for 6 minutes while plasma took the signal. Navy divers pulled the crew out of the Pacific in an incredible way. The vehicle spoke for all of them. And at 25,000 feet per second, it said the work was good. As we say in our business, physics votes last. The families of the crew said this week there had been happiness and joy, but also anxiety, wanting to get their loved ones home safely. I was with them tonight. 4 families sat through those 6 minutes, and their courage is the same as the crew that just came home. Yesterday, Flight Director Jeff Radigan said we had less than a degree of an angle to hit after 250,000 miles from the moon. And their team hit it. That is not luck. That is 1,000 people doing their jobs. You all heard the crew's words during the mission. They were incredibly inspirational. They carried the torch from Apollo through station and around the far side of the moon. Their words belong to them. We'll get to hear from them as soon as they're back here. But tonight belongs to the team that built the machine that they wrote. We talk a lot about what gets in our way. The impediment to action is where we find the way to get to action. What stands in the way becomes the way. This program faced every obstacle an institution could face. The team met each one with work, and tonight is the proof. But that work needs to continue. The path to the lunar surface is open, but the work ahead is greater than the work behind us. It always will be. 53 years ago, humanity left the moon. This time we return to stay. Let us finish what they started. Let us focus on what was left undone. Let us not go to plant flags and leave, but to stay. With firmness in our purpose, with gratitude for the hands who built the machines, and with love for the ones that we carry with us. Welcome home, integrity. I'll hand it over to Dr. Glaze.
Thank you so much, Amit. So y'all, we did it. We sent 4 amazing people to the moon and safely returned them to Earth for the first time in more than 50 years. To the generation that now knows what we're capable of, welcome to our moonshot. I want to thank our entire team across this nation and around the world who gave every ounce of ingenuity and effort to make. I am so proud of each and every one of you, what you have achieved over the last 10 days. NASA has shown that ambitious goals are worth pursuing and can inspire the world. We are so thrilled to have Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy back here on Earth and safely aboard the USS John P. Murtha. Our team is fired up, and this mission, as we've been talking about, is just the beginning. To all of our new followers out there, please stay tuned. This is the first mission, our first mission to the moon, of many more to come. And we can't wait. Our teams are so ready to get to work on the next missions and explore the lunar surface and bring the world along with us. I'll pass it over to Rick.
Thank you, Lori. Thank you all for your continued interest in this mission. What a truly spectacular day it was for NASA and all of our international partners. This crew has said time and again that they were going for all of humanity, and today we fulfilled that objective by completing their journey and returning them safely to Earth. I've got a few stats for those who are interested, courtesy of the Flight Dynamics Officer in Mission Control. Integrity and her crew of 4 astronauts flew 700,237 miles. We reached a peak velocity of 24,664 miles per hour. We hit our flight path angle target within 0.4%. We flew an entry range of 1,957 miles, and we landed within less than a mile of our target. What a tremendous day. Over to Howard.
Thank you, Rick, and thank you to the flight control team. What an outstanding job. Wow, what a fantastic day. I mean, we've dreamed as a team of reaching this day, and appreciate Amit's comments. I mean, so many people have worked very hard, tirelessly to get this day. I think this mission has been historic and has demonstrated new capabilities for Orion spacecraft, has taken our crew farther than any crews that have ever gone to the moon and back safely. 252,756 miles. And that is a fantastic feat. We got a lot more to do. And I'm so happy that we get to have this moment, but we're gonna have a lot of these moments coming up. And I want to thank the entire Orion team. They have worked tirelessly. They've dedicated many hours. They've committed to excellence and innovated and attacked challenges that we've come up with for both our NASA team, our industry partners, and our European team as well. We did it together. We brought the crew home safely. They deserve a round of applause. It was a terrific day for them as well. And I want to thank the crew. They have been a fantastic inspiration to our teams as well. You've heard their messages. We are so happy they're back on the ground. We can't wait to see them as well. And finally, you know, we've learned a lot from this mission. Number one was bringing the crews home safely, but it's also a test flight. And like Amit said, we have work ahead of us to be done. We're gonna learn from this mission. We're gonna look at the data and we're gonna move forward. This is the start of a new era of human space exploration. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Howard. What an incredible end to an incredible mission. I got to tell you, I think I'm trying to pick out the best thing that happened today, and I'll just say that we were sitting in the back room getting ready for this press conference, and Howard gets a call from Reed Weissman, the commander of Integrity, and it was so great to hear his voice and tell us that all the crew is okay, and we can say that we did our mission. We accomplished what we set out to do. I'm very proud of the efforts of the Exploration Ground Systems team that supported both the launch and recovery operations alongside our Navy partners. All the hard work and dedication over the last couple years paid off today, and the team did a great job. Our recovery teams are currently in the process of bringing Orion back on the well deck of the ship, and hopefully within about 4 or 5 hours it'll be hard down in the back end of the USS Martha. It's good to be NASA. It's good to be an American today. Thank you.
All right, it's time now for questions. We'll start here in the room and take several from the phone. For those on the phone, you can press *1 to get into the question queue, and please limit to one question if you can. We'll start here with Joey.
Thanks so much. Joey Rillett with Reuters, and congrats on a really nice mission. Curious to hear more about how the astronauts are doing, where are they going to sleep tonight, and then also, when do you guys expect to announce the crew for Artemis III? Thanks.
So the answer to your second question, Joey, is soon. I will not put units on that value, but soon. Rick, you want to talk about the crew, what they're doing?
Yeah, we saw the crew a number of times after they got out of the spacecraft. We saw them on the front porch. Everybody was happy and healthy. I saw Victor as he was sitting on the edge of the helicopter on the flight deck of the ship, and he was smiling and in good spirits. And everything we've been hearing from the surgeons is the flight crew is happy and healthy and ready to come home to Houston.
Hi, Lauren Grush with Bloomberg. Congratulations again. You know, obviously it's been such a great mission to watch from start to finish, but I guess I'm wondering if you had to categorize, you know, this was a test flight. What would you say is the issue that you feel maybe the most grateful arose during this mission so that you could apply that lesson learned to the next?
Maybe you.
Like me,
Howard, why don't you take that one?
Yeah, I think, you know, we're taking a lot of lessons learned. Certainly learning about how the crew operates a spaceship has been a really great learning experience, and flying and ability for them to test drive for our spacecraft has been good. I think, as we mentioned previously, our pressure control assembly, where we discovered a leakage through the system, I think we learned a lot about that. That is a new finding. Certainly, we're going to go investigate that. We're going to look at that and move forward to make sure that we make some changes if necessary, but we'll get to all the data and we'll go forward from there.
Marcia.
Associated Press, Marcia Dunn. The administrator described the crew as great communicators, almost poets. How is, this is going to be a tough act to follow for the upcoming crews soon to be picked. Talk about this crew in particular and what they brought to this that went beyond the scientific and the research and the engineering, please.
I'll just say that this particular crew, they've gotten to know each other so well. So each of them individually are just absolutely amazing individuals. But they, as a group, you could watch them, and what they brought as you watch them in Orion over the last 10 days, operating just seamlessly between the four of them, just the teamwork, the camaraderie, I think they really brought an amazing sense of what we're trying to achieve with this mission. It's the mission for all humanity, a mission for all, and they really did represent that and tried to communicate that. I do know that our entire astronaut corps is spectacular, and so I have no doubt that the next teams will also rise to that level.
Jackie.
Hi all, Jackie Waddle, CNN. Congratulations. Question for Rick. I'm really anxious to hear what that blackout during reentry was like for you. And also just wanted to ask, that splashdown target being less than a mile off is incredible. Can you walk us through if anything, was outside of ordinary? I know we heard on comms there were some sensor issues just before entry interface. Just curious to hear more about that. Thanks.
Sure. So, blackout, there's really no beating around the bush with that. It's a difficult time because the flight control team wants to see data. We want to look at the data. We want to be able to provide input to the flight crew on how to fly their spaceship. And when we don't have data, we're trying to figure out what to do with ourselves. But we knew when blackout was going to start. It started when we expected. We knew when it was going to end. It ended when we expected. And so that gave us the trust that the spaceship was flying itself correctly. As far as some of the cautions and things that came up on the way down, the prop cautions, they were, we think that, again, that was learning of the spacecraft. Some of the limits are set a little bit tighter than we probably should have had them set, and we dispositioned those and moved on. As far as the comms post-landing, we don't quite know what was going on there, but we worked around it. We had comms with the recovery team, and we safely handed over the mission authority at the right time.
Okay, Josh.
Hi, Josh Denner, space.com. Really excited to hear that the crew is doing well. I'm interested, we saw Victor sitting on the edge of that helicopter once they landed on the ship, and it was great to see them all, walk across the deck. They were set to do an emergency egress test with a ladder, a backpack, I'm wondering if they've performed that yet, how soon they will be performing it, if they have, how it went.
I'm not familiar with an emergency egress test post-landing. Given that this was a test mission, the number one goal was to get the flight crew out of the spaceship as fast as we could, and we weren't looking at any post-landing objectives.
Yeah, we did do, I think, back when we were back on the launch pad, we did, during the CDDT, we did an emergency egress, but
yeah,
that's the only one I'm aware of that is that test. Yeah, but we'll check on it for you.
Eric.
Eric Berger, Ars Technica. Congratulations on making what I know is really hard look easy. It was a beautiful mission. Amit, you said the work ahead is greater than the work behind us. Can you talk about as sort of NASA rises to these far greater challenges in Artemis III, Artemis IV, and building the moon base, how important it is for you and the agency to be flying humans in deep space again and sort of to be at an operational cadence? This has to be
excellent questions in that news conference, but we want to come back to our coverage here now. Paul Hunter in Washington. Paul, a couple of quotes stood out to me. We did it. And you know what? NASA did. They victory lap for them. And also, ambitious goals are worth pursuing and can inspire the world. How about a minute from you for a last word?
I will say what stood out for me is the vibe. Like, that's NASA people pumped up. They're excited by this because everything worked, right? They have a right to be excited by this. And the underlying message is there's more to come. That the value of what has just happened, of what we witnessed tonight and what we've seen for the past 10 days is that they know how to do this. And so they want to do more of it. And that fits with the plan that NASA talked about a couple of weeks ago. Get that muscle memory. Let's go regularly back. Let's get Artemis III, Artemis IV, Artemis V and beyond. Let's get going on that. We've proven we can do it. Now there's nothing stopping us from doing it again and again and again and reaching that aspirational, that lofty ambition of getting to the moon with people on the moon, building a moon base and keeping humans on the moon long term. Sounds incredible, but that's where NASA's head is at right now.
Paul, you are a terrific journalist, a great broadcaster, and I can't think of anybody I'd rather do this coverage with, both on launch day and on Splashdown day. Thank you very much for being part of that. Plus, you said you loved me earlier, so that was a pretty nice way to end the coverage. Thank you all for joining us for this special coverage of the Artemis II Splashdown.
Canada, I am thinking of you, and I am hoping that all of you see your greatness reflected in this journey.
This is Jeremy. We are going for all humanity.
Good luck. Godspeed, Artemis II. Let's go.
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. And liftoff. The crew of Artemis II now bound for the moon.
From inside the Orion capsule, nicknamed Integrity, first words that all's good in Earth's orbit.
Welcome on board the Integrity spacecraft.
Currently, the crew is more than 100,000 miles from the Earth.
You can see the entire globe from pole to pole. You can see Africa, Europe. If you looked really close, you could see the northern lights.
I really like it up here. I wish I could have got here sooner.
Artemis II is entering the moon's gravitational sphere of influence as it prepares for its most ambitious feat yet, to travel around the far side of the moon on Monday.
As we prepare to go out of radio communication, we're still to feel your love from Earth. And to all of you, we love you from the moon.
Houston, Integrity, comm check. Integrity, we have you loud and clear.
We had to take a moment to honor that time, going behind the moon and out of touch with Earth, and that was a very surreal moment for this crew.
That's when the crew made an emotional request to name a new crater spotted on the moon after a part of their astronaut family no longer with them.
We lost a loved one. Her name was Carol, the spouse of Reed, the mother of Katie and Ellie. And we would like to call it Carol.
On board Orion, there were tears and hugs.
Integrity, this is the International Space Station. How do you hear?
I spoke to your Prime Minister and many other friends I have in Canada. They are so proud of you.
Jenny from Mission Control, Houston.
A lot of Canadians just want one point of reassurance that the preference is for maple syrup over Nutella on your pancakes in the morning.
Absolutely, sir.
We still have to ensure that Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy return home safely on Friday evening, so we're pretty focused on that.
So we are in good shape here for entry and splashdown as Artemis enters the Earth's atmosphere.
Your trajectory is nominal, and your recovery teams have visual.
Houston Integrity, Splashdown, sending post-landing command now.
Copy Splashdown, waiting on VLDR.
Splashdown confirmed at 7:07 p.m. Central Time. You can hear it. Jubilation here in the flight control room.
These 4 astronauts who just made history as the first crew to return to the moon since 19...